Ms. Dodson, welcome. What we're going to do is we're going to ask you to come up to the podium, and then it's very informal. And then just tell us what you'd like us to know about your request. Of course, we've got everything on the board here we can see on our screens. And then after you let us know what you want us to know, we'll kind of go through your tax card, make sure the information's correct. And then at the end of the day today, we go through each request case by case, and then we'll let you know our decision by mail within 2 to 3 weeks. So, again, don't worry about it being, it's not a formal thing, just come on up and.
I was thinking it was gonna be one-on-one, I'm like,
It's okay, we're all good people here, we're not gonna, just because we're sitting here and you're sitting there doesn't mean a difference, so, all good. Welcome.
see wine coming in my future. Okay. I don't know, I've got pictures, I don't know if this is important or not. No, I'm sorry.
You'll be all right.
I was concerned, first of all, when I came last time, I didn't know what to expect. I'd never been through anything like that, so I was totally unprepared and thought of a million things I should have said on the way home. But I still don't know a lot. I don't know, my property is, there's a lot of sinkholes in the driveway. I've had sinkholes in front with the town patched up and stuff like that. There's one area that, of course, this time it was massive rain, but, you know, even a little rain, it'll flood up a little bit, and it's over by, towards my neighbor's house. The house itself is sold as a three-bedroom, but the small bedroom is no longer usable. I mean, there's a closet there, but there's a patio door leading out to the deck, and there's a huge built-in shelving unit. So I don't know how they sold it as 3 bedrooms, because you could put a dog bed in there. but not
The
a
county's
huge-
showing, for our records, 2 bedrooms, 1 full bath, 1 half bath?
Yes.
So it's 2 bedrooms, not the 3?
Right,
Okay.
right. I mean, that didn't bother me because I didn't have anybody but the dog and the cat. The house is kind of, I don't even know how, if you put a marble on my floor, it will roll. Yeah, not good.
Yeah.
The front door, and I've got pictures of the gaps and stuff. In the winter, when it's really cold, I have to put cardboard in between the frame and the door because it's that much. That's the front door, the garage door, going out into the backyard. I have to lift it up, kind of hold and lift up to be able to use the deadbolt. Let me see, what else I got? Oh, and the shed in the backyard is no longer there, if that counts, because I sold that to my neighbor.
All right, so no shed. Okay.
So, I mean, it scares me that the land is sinking. I'm not familiar with the land here, you know, how it goes, and that was kind of terrifying. So, I mean, I've got pictures of the cracks all the way along the garage door where you would bring your car in from the driveway has got a crack going all the way across the bottom there in the concrete. And I don't know what that means, but I don't think it's anything positive, so I'm just really not sure what else, you know. That's pretty much it. It's very concerning. I certainly don't have the money to have somebody lift the house up on one side.
And your house was built in 1975,
Yeah.
and you haven't done any improvements or any renovations or anything to it?
The
since
only
the last-
improvement I put on there was to change the colors of the paint and to get, and I had to get a taller toilet.
Yeah. That shouldn't raise your taxes that much then.
I wouldn't think so.
Painting,
I was more concerned about raising so I could get up.
sure, sure. So it looks like the land value stayed the same since your last assessment, but your improvements went up $45,000. And without making any improvements to it, that would be your concern is that, if I'm hearing you right, why did my improvements go up when
I made no.
the house isn't
Right.
been improved at all or getting any
That's
less cracked, I guess?
less cracked.
Less
I mean,
moved?
the cracks have evolved. They have gone from, minor to larger, like around the sinkholes in the driveway. I didn't even know it was a sinkhole. I didn't. clearly-
Are they in the driveway or are they off to the side?
On the driveway,
Is it a paved driveway?
yes. It's like,
You think you got roots underneath there? Are some parts raised up and some sunk down?
most of it's level, but then, like, where I park my car and off to the side towards the neighbors, it's like, oh, you want to, I'll show you. a picture.
Sure, yeah, that's fine.
I brought,
Yeah, anything you got you want us to see, absolutely fine.
I moved here, got a dog, and right where I filmed.
Oh, boy. Check out the local hospital.
Yes, yes, and the nurses hate me because I don't know my blood pressure.
Oh.
I said 5:30 in the morning doesn't work.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe Saturday 8:30. But like the lintels around all the windows are like that.
See 'em.
The rust of the year.
Y'all see these?
Here's the driveway. That's in front of the garage door, that's down there.
Okay.
And the sinkholes don't show the depth. These are. What's going on there?
Like maybe it wasn't.
We need some
Mhm.
trim.
Rest of the
That
garage.
door, okay.
I bet these are
Oh, you
roots.
when you put fire or
I
something.
bet those are roots popping it up a little bit.
Yeah,
Well, there's one of those,
yeah,
I
I would
noticed
put
these
something
inside
there
of
just to close the gap.
these big trees, they're like several trees, and they're
Where is it? You don't know where it is.
Oh, yeah.
roots are.
I'm
I
not
don't
sure.
see
Well,
the
those
side
roots
street
will,
design, but
and
maybe-
asphalt's normally only 2-3 inches at most a lot of times,
I
so.
see where, Francis, Carnegie, it's just,
Oh, boy, yeah.
Carnegie was the one that did the floors, you know? They did the floors down on Office Road. I don't know.
Gracious.
Right. Hey, y'all, dog. I don't even, where is this road?
It's right off of.
Venable, Church Street?
Venable?
Is it Kilmarnock?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I ain't never heard.
Yeah, let's see, here's Church Street right here. And there's Venable, that's the first left.
Okay.
Is Martin around? Last year, didn't we, like, we would change the class and stuff, we just
Okay.
rerun the sheet, and we could tell what the change would be.
Gracious.
St. Kilmarnock.
They're rotten, and over the garage door
Let's
had
see,
out
over
to
there
the
somewhere.
backyard.
Mm-hmm.
Antiques, what is sell antiques?
But, yeah,
I trust all. Yeah, they're amazing.
Go out like you'd be
Yeah.
headed toward Wacomico
Now the
Church.
moles have taken
Oh,
over
that
the
too.
dogs.
Oh, where the funeral pole is.
Yeah, it's across,
Wow.
yeah.
Everybody said I
Oh,
was
who
crazy.
reads street?
There's that picture back for you,
You
too.
wanna see that?
one of the things that is jumping out at me on the tax card is condition
Oh,
A,
A.
oh, I
which I think
heard
was
that.
average, but now that I'm
Okay,
thinking
yeah.
about it, G was good, A
I
was
think,
average. I was just asking
You're
her,
fine.
I think last year we would change
Better.
those, and she said that it was bathroom and
Oh, and that
well,
old
and it would change.
I think you're right,
things.
and I think that's where that
My mother used to work over
square
there,
footage
you know.
number came from.
Yeah, I
When you
don't
come
think
out
he's
to-
right about
I think-
that being fixed.
Carrie's
So
funeral.
Crystal wasn't sure.
Okay.
last year. It's not-
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Just looking at a couple of
Hey,
the
hello.
ways that the
Thank you.
home kind of gets classified.
Did you eat?
We're
I didn't eat.
trying to understand ourselves exactly how that relates to what the assessed value winds up being. It's a different assessor than last time.
A best, I went to the store to check my mail and come on. and get a vegetable for my dinner. A can of peas.
Well, that's
So I
his
said,
job.
I'll
That's
eat
all right.
that meal.
But no, see, these tax cards are very in-depth with number of rooms, bedrooms, bathrooms, I mean, everything, your garage, your decks on here, price per square for your house, so there's certain things that we need to look at to make sure they're in line, there's nothing crazy, jumps one way or the other, so that's why this board is here, is to make sure there aren't any, overages on different aspects of your assessment, so.
So you do have a lot of decks across the back, it looks like. Okay.
It's, in fact, I'm trying to find somebody, know anybody who says Pelham.
Power washing,
And there are turning, the deck is turning, and the lower deck, I use it just to put plants on, tomatoes and stuff.
yeah.
I can't step up and down like that.
Right.
Anybody have any questions?
No, I'm good.
Neil? All good, Jan?
Okay.
Ms. Dodson, thank you so much for coming before us, yeah, and again, today, at the end of our hearings, then we'll go back through and deliberate on each individual one, and then you'll get a letter from the county about 2-3 weeks out of our decision, so. Don't worry, we're all friends here, it's okay. Yes, ma'am. Well, thank you for coming. All right.
I guess it's down. No, that's not what from Marjorie.
All right, let's see.
To see how that
So we come tomorrow, don't we?
Thank you, Chris.
No,
Okay,
I thought we did. We come Thursday and Friday.
all right.
34-222 is the next one.
The name, what,
Haney,
oh, yeah, I see that.
and that's right off Mary Ball Road here. Just past James Wharf, I guess going towards the bridge.
Yes, sir.
Yep. All ready to go? Ms. Haney, welcome.
Welcome. Thank you too. And
Yeah.
I'm nervous, so I wrote my stuff down on paper.
Please don't be nervous, and this is kind of an open forum. You've got the floor, and tell us what you want us to hear, know. We'll ask some questions, and then at the end of the day today, we'll go through and deliberate on each individual request, and then you'll get a letter in about 2-3 weeks' time from the county about the decision, so.
I wonder how many times you're gonna have to repeat that today. Well, good
So
afternoon.
far, 8 times?
Well, good afternoon to you ladies and gentlemen on the board. I do live at tax map number 34-222. When I purchased the property 9.5 years ago, there was a little shed on it. It looked like a house, but it's just a shed. And I had my mobile home put on there. And I have other little sheds there. Now, the reassessed value, when it went up, went to $60,000, and, I'm sorry, I'm nervous.
That's okay, take your time.
And I come in, I spoke, and they knocked it down to $39,400. I only paid $8,000 for the property. It is not even a half an acre land, it's .4050 acre. The factors that I like to point out is it's not waterfront property because it is over a half a mile from the bridge. The mobile home and the sheds on the property, the mobile home has no value. As you all know, mobile homes depreciate in time. But I do try to keep it up to the best of my ability because it's my home, I live in it. But it does not hold value as a stick-built home on a foundation. It is not on a foundation, it has skirting around it. Let me go through my little list, hold on.
It's like a car.
I'm sorry?
I said like a car.
Yes,
A
ma'am, I
vehicle.
had to have wheels put on it and have it moved into the county, and I had to come before a board years ago to get it approved to come in the county.
This is what you used to have.
Yes.
Yep.
That's what's on the
Right
property.
beside, the Wilson
Yes,
Trucking.
sir.
Yep,
Now, that's the thing that I'm coming to right there.
okay,
When I came to the board years ago, there was someone that lived in Weems that had an issue with the eyesore that it was, is the best thing to describe it. It had no windows or nothing in it.
right,
This has been a 9.5-year project. They gave me 3 years to make it not an eyesore, or either do that or to tear it down.
okay,
I wanted to make it a she shed.
sure.
So it's been a 9.5-year project. Not everybody has money and time, so they don't always coexist at the same time.
Right,
Now, I feel that whoever come and assess my home, that they're assessing this as a house. It is not a home. It's a clear shed. There is no heat. There is no plumbing. Hold on. It's not even 400 square feet because it looks like a T shape with the little back room coming off. And that's a 10 by 12, and the front is roughly a 12 by 23 or 24. So that's not even 408 square feet, if that.
let me,
Which one is it?
So the mobile home isn't.
The
showing
mobile
up.
home is behind it,
Yeah, 'cause it's personal property.
Yeah, sounds like.
and I have everything in a line because with the property being small, I want it to look decent. So that's why I lined everything up behind that little T shape, the A base right there that y'all have at the 9.0 at the back.
Uh-huh.
My mobile home is
Back here.
behind that, yes,
Yep.
sir. And then I have a couple more sheds behind that.
so what, this is
That's-
279 square foot, but
279, okay, well, I didn't know. I know it's not 400
No.
square feet.
But,
I have
this
made
is
some
a-
improvements.
is there 2 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms in that?
No, sir, that house has nothing. There's 2 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms in my mobile home.
Okay.
And I think that's where the misunderstanding is coming from. And
Uh-huh.
most people want their property value to go up and say, yay, they want to sell it and get extra. Me, I plan to die there. The way times are with inflation, but I believe in taking care of my home.
Not today.
So let me ask you a question. It says heat pump for heating. Do you have a heat pump in
I
your?
have a furnace on the inside of my home, my mobile home, to
Okay.
heat, and I have an outside
Oil-
AC unit for the pump.
So it's
to
oil,
heat.
oil heat?
It uses electricity, sir. It's an electric furnace.
Yeah.
And it's also electric AC. I just pushed the thermostat on the wall.
How about your floors inside the house?
My floors inside of the house are like made from OSB board. It's a trailer.
So this
But
is
it's-
pine floors.
But, that home my trailer is not like a regular trailer. It's stick built. But it's not on a foundation or anything. But she's set on piers and everything was done properly when I moved the home there.
Okay.
But the front house is what I think the misunderstanding is coming in because it's just a glorified shed that I
Right.
plan to have yard sales out of.
Right.
When it's rained, it's a covered roof.
Right.
And over 9.5 years, yes, I have made some improvements, but not $40,000 because I don't have that.
But no plumbing, no electro.
There's no
electric-
plumbing, there's no heat source in there. It's just I want to put, little yard sales in there.
Sure.
That's all.
There's no depreciation.
It's going from.
I moved over here years ago on that property because at the time I was part of the rescue squad, so I wanted to be within the county and be local
Sure,
to help.
sure.
Which I'm no longer with the squad now because, life changes with you.
Right.
But, I hope that you guys would take these factors that I have told y'all into reconsideration for the reassessment value of this because I think there's a large misunderstanding. That's not a house up front. That's my she shack.
Right.
Yeah, there's a note on the bottom left here. It says, fronts on Route 3, exterior fixed up, no plumbing, no heat, mobile home on site. Shed 2020, 2022.
Yes, sir. That's exactly what I told him. I was very honest with him.
And yeah, look on what he wrote, good remodel.
Yeah, remodeled, updated. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's something wacky on that.
Yeah,
And there's no depreciation.
right.
Like I say, it's not even a half an acre of land.
At a
And-
100% factor rate.
And,
for that
years
mobility.
ago, like I said, I paid $8,000 for it. Now, I understand when your home goes onto it and sheds or you do something, I understand the value goes up. But the first time it was reassessed at 60,000, there's no way. And right now, even at 39,500, that's still too much.
Right.
You know, I'll be very honest with you. So I hope that you guys will take these factors into consideration that I've told you and, you know, maybe hopefully make a new reassessment. And I also share a driveway with my neighbors in the back, so there's holes in the driveway. I used to fix it, but they don't want to donate to it, so I've stopped it because.
That's
a
on
lot-
this, that's between you and the Wilson building?
Yes, sir. And I have a picture, I'll be very honest, I'll have a picture of what I've done to it 9.5 years. It has no chimney no more.
She owns this. I don't think I've never seen it.
When you come across the bridge,
Yeah.
before you get into town, there's Wilson Trucking Building there on the right-hand side. This is right beside that,
Yes.
right
Oh.
before that, right
It used,
beside
they
it.
said, everyone told me it used to be a pink building, said it had history, a little barbershop building or something years ago before I also know that I'm the 4th person to buy a septic permit and the only person to ever follow through with it. But at that expensive permit, I was not. This is what it did look like when I got there.
Yeah, I have it on the screen.
That's what it did look like.
Yeah.
And through time, when they gave me time to, make it an eyesore, I put boards up to the window and I painted it to make it look better.
Oh, yeah.
And like I said, it's still a project, but this is my finished project that I'm still working on the outside and wanting to paint and do the inside. But
That's
I didn't want it
cute.
to, thank you. I didn't want it to look like an eyesore right there at the edge.
Right.
It's my little dream she shack. So, but there's no way that it's not livable. You know,
Right.
it's just.
A shell of a building.
Right.
Well, yes, that's all
Yeah,
it is.
yeah.
And I've just basically redid the shell.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm taking time to do it as I want on the inside, so.
Well, the town of Whitestone thanks you for that. That's very pretty.
Well, thank you, I appreciate it, but it hasn't been an easy task.
I know, yeah, yeah. So looks like we've got some
She's got.
discrepancies here with the tax
Yeah, definitely.
tax card, yeah.
Like I said, with it only being 279 square feet, you don't have much room to basically just turn around. You know, there was a wall in there separating the rooms. I knocked the wall out because there's no room. You
Right.
know, so if I'm gonna have a yard sale and I want people to be able to turn around, not bump into each other.
Yeah.
Right there where the joins, right there, there was a wall there and it had a chimney and a doorway. And I knocked it out so that I could open it up.
Mm-hmm.
Good job.
Well, board, y'all have any questions? Ms. Haney?
Good job.
I think you've given us ample information to, you know, for our deliberation this afternoon, and it looks like there's some discrepancies here with the assessor's notes and with what we see in
Yes,
your
sir.
pictures.
Well, I'm very honest, and you know, if I'm gonna come at you with factors and y'all are gonna reassess my property, I want y'all to have the facts so y'all can make a good decision.
Appreciate that. So we'll let you know, again, 2 to 3 weeks' time,
8 more times.
at least 4 more times today. Then I'm going to record it and just play it each time for next ones.
That's right.
Well, I appreciate all of your time. I
Yes,
hope
ma'am.
y'all have a
Thank
good
you.
evening, and thank you for listening to me.
All right, have a great day.
Thank you.
Ma'am. All right.
I never did know that. Okay.
Mr. Dewey?
Yes, sir.
How you doing?
Good.
Are we related some kind of way? Dewey? I don't know if we had some type of family tree branch that was,
Somebody's.
never know.
No, no. I was born and raised in Blackstone, now I live in Whitestone.
Oh, my God.
So my mother's born and raised in Crew. My uncle,
Mother dated her sister.
my uncle was the mayor, and my grandfather was the barber for 59 years.
The sheriff's department used to come to my grandmother's house to find out where folks lived to serve a warrant.
Uh-huh.
I grew up with my grandparents and my mother's sister. We all lived in one house.
Right.
My mom worked, she was clerk for the town. Her sister worked for the telephone office. My dad delivered mail in half of town. My grandfather was street department superintendent.
Really?
So if they didn't know where somebody lived,
They came to y'all.
yeah.
So all y'all related?
No.
Well, that was mom's side of the family, so she was Wilson, so that wouldn't, no. My dude's side of the family was from Rocky Mount, North Carolina.
North
So-
Carolina.
North Carolina.
North Carolina, that's what it is.
Well, Mr. Dewey, appreciate you coming in, and like you may have heard before, we're going to open the floor up to you for you to tell us exactly what you want us to know, and then we'll ask questions, and then deliberate after that, and then you'll be notified by mail of the decision within 2 or 3 weeks, but
Thank you.
I'll turn it over to you.
I had received my first assessment, and I came up here to the courthouse on, I think it was December the 5th, and it just so happened that day I picked up this copy, or a copy of the information about the property that you all had. And
That's
the,
the tax card we're looking at?
yeah,
too?
the gentlemen from Stonewall were here and they were available.
Okay,
So I talked to them a little bit, and I have since received another assessment. They reduced it approximately $50,000. But I feel like there might be some more adjustment in there. I had an analysis, a sales analysis done by the real estate company if I were to put the house on the market.
uh-huh. Thank you.
These houses on this street, private road actually, were all originally, I believe, in the same family members owned the different houses. My particular house is a modest 2-bedroom brick, 2.5 baths.
Okay.
One of the things that I think if I tried to sell a house that somebody would question me about the value would be the bathrooms. The 2 bathrooms have not been remodeled. And the half bath is actually in a closet in a refurbed, what was a garage, it's now utility room and laundry room. And the sink in the half bath is actually a plastic utility sink. So it's not like this was built as a house you'd see at Nag's Head.
Sure, sure.
And the other thing is, these properties, I think 5 or 6 of the houses, we share a well.
That's right.
And I think a couple of things I'd spoken to the folks at Stonewall about was, I knew my roof was going to need to be replaced. And since I've spoken to him, they're coming to give me an estimate on a new roof. So,
Gotcha.
so I don't know if that's where he took some of the adjustment from. And then I had wood, it's not really a deck, it's only about 8 inches off the ground, around.
Right here?
Yeah, it's actually this section on the far right-hand side that goes to the front of the house.
Right over here?
That right there, goes
Uh-huh.
all the way to that shed out there.
Gotcha.
All of that rotted out.
See right here, guys?
All of that's.
But that,
all
Where,
that-
where I'm moving the pointer, all
Yeah,
that rotted out, okay?
And it was, just the lumber alone was gonna be ridiculous.
All right, so is your square footage 1984, does that sound right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. House built in 69, 2 bedrooms, 2.5 baths.
well, thank you.
Let's see. And again, it looks like your land didn't increase, but $15,000, $15,000, but your improvements jumped up $110,000.
Can I ask you a question, since you brought up land?
Uh-huh.
I noticed on this sheet here that you got riprap on here,
Yes, sir.
okay? If the riprap wasn't there, if I didn't put the riprap in, it'd be less land, right?
Yeah. probably.
So why do you tax somebody for putting riprap in?
That question came up in this morning's session, and that is a comment that we're taking back to the Board of Supervisors.
I mean, really?
Right. You want more land to tax, or you want to
Well, not just that, but I mean.
get to protect your
the
land
other
with?
thing- Yeah, it protects the river, and protects the bay, and, you know, and I'm trying to get some oysters going, so.
Yeah, right. All right. So overall, again, it sounds like you're more concerned with the $110,000 jump in improvement value.
Yeah.
Not so much the land, because it didn't change
Right.
as much, but just the overall improvement.
Yeah,
And
yes.
you haven't done any work to it since the last assessment?
Excuse me?
You haven't done any work to it since the last assessment?
Well, when was the last assessment done?
19?
2019.
19? I bought the house in October of 19. I replaced the kitchen countertops.
Okay.
I repaired some sheetrock, painted the kitchen cabinets, and I've replaced the windows and 3 out of the 4 of the sliding glass doors. And I think that's pretty much it.
Gotcha.
So the garage,
Now, when you, see,
Gets
that's
back
what
to
I'm, that's what they're referring to as a garage is, see
Back
that
here?
back door? Well, see, that's the shed they're talking about.
okay.
What this back door is,
Can't really see on this picture either.
what this little back door is back here,
Okay, yeah.
I think maybe at some point that room was a garage,
Okay.
but if it was, it's small for a garage today.
Is
And
the
it's
floor
been closed
cement?
in and it's now a utility room.
Okay.
Is the floor cement?
Storage?
The part you're just talking about, is the floor cement?
Yeah,
Oh, so it probably was a garage.
yeah.
A lot
I
of
think
people-
maybe it was something, but it is really small.
So this is your property right here? With the
Yeah,
shed being
that's
right
it,
there?
That's
Yep.
it.
Okay.
Matter of fact, the closets for the 2 bedrooms are actually built-ins in each of the bathrooms.
Oh, really?
So it's very limited closet space, so some more built-in closets, and I think, yeah, in the, what they call a garage.
Gotcha.
But I build furniture, so I had to build a wardrobe or 2.
Just while you're building, just go build what you need. Add on.
Anybody have any questions for Mr. Dewey? Seems to me like this is gonna be another figuring out the improvement part. We haven't had much land discussions about land, but
You got 2 piers, 2.
one pier,
I had one more
Where is
question.
your pier?
it's right here.
Yeah, but down here they list,
So one is the main pier going out,
okay.
and the pier L head is where it juts off to the left or right, or does a T?
Oh, the stop sign there, you make a left or right.
Right, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Yes, sir.
On this sheet that's the assessment sheet,
Uh-huh.
where it says structural element, what are they referring to?
All right, where do you see that?
Where is he?
That's where they got the price per square foot and the square footage that we've been
Oh.
looking at, structural element.
Oh, I see, right here, okay.
So he's looking at,
See what you're pointing at, what you pointing at.
Yeah, so that's why I'm trying to figure out where it is.
Oh, yeah, that's the one.
So the structure
Oh, here it
element,
is.
Here you go, sir.
that's just the building itself.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That gives your building, all of your, so we've got it on here, structured value, but this is your building, 1984 square foot,
Yeah.
at 181.95 a square foot.
All right, what's the 181? Where did they come up with that figure?
That figure is based on a calculation of the overall size of the property and the condition and class of the property.
What does that mean?
That's what we just had to call them up
That's,
for.
we just had to call the assessor on to get a clear definition of that, because we've seen some properties that were higher or lower square footage, and that number has been off this or that.
That's
So,
why I asked the question.
so I think with what we're tasked to do, this board, is look at everything on a fair and equitable basis. That's where we have some leeway to say, well, wait a minute, there's another home that's less square footage that might have more improvements, might be a newer this, newer that, so we can move the scale a little bit with those things. But to answer your question, we're trying to get the same answer from the Commissioner of Revenue, who should be back at 4:30 today.
I had spoken to several friends and looked at their sheets, and there is no consistency.
Right.
Not even down to where I marked this on here too. The way they, on my pier,
Uh-huh.
they got individual listings for pilings and pier and boat lift. And then on one of my friends, it's just pier. And he's got boat lift, and jet lift, and ski lift, and it's just no consistency.
Yeah. And unfortunately, we had one this morning who came in, and there was 4 or 5 inaccuracies on their tax report.
Yeah.
That we wouldn't have known had unless the taxpayer come before us. So we appreciate that, and we will.
Well, yeah, that's all I've got.
Oh, yeah, no, I appreciate it, but given your information now, we'll go back this afternoon and look at other properties beside you too, and say, why is this one this much per square foot, and this one's this much per square foot, and we should try to get uniform in that,
Yeah.
so.
I worked for county government for 30-some years in Henrico. And then I moved from Goochland to here.
Happy with that move, probably, getting out of Enrico, weren't you?
I was happy to retire.
Well, Henrico, my parents lived there, and I'm born and raised there, but I think every time a property's sold, that becomes the new assessed value.
I don't know.
And I think they're maybe $2 a foot, $2 per 100 of assessed value now. My parents have a 1954 brick rancher.
I lived in
1,400 square
Lakeside
foot.
for 20 years.
Yeah,
And then I had 34 acres out in Goochland. It took me 18 months to build my house. And I had a full woodworking shop, 40 by 60, 2-story with a lean-to off of it.
nice.
And up to this log home is high maintenance.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
And, I was like, I need something small.
right.
So I said, if I get the chance, I'm moving to the water.
Yeah,
So we sold all that. We love it.
good deal, good deal.
I bet.
Mr. Dewey, here's
I
your,
love small hometown feel. Oh, my gosh.
there's your assessment back. We all wrote down the numbers on it, so.
Yeah, my last duty station was Short Pond.
Oh, jeez.
Crazy.
I worked north side for 26 years. And then they moved me out there in that jungle.
Uh-huh.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, buddy. Yep, have a good day. All right, so we've got one more, at 2:15.
So changing the class and that stuff does affect the value. I was looking at Gilbert Street, I was chatting with Crystal. So this is Moriarty if you take doesn't show everything on here, but Beth took the condition and the class down.
How you
one level
doing?
each.
Hey, good, Mr. Setta?
Yes.
You can come right on up here, buddy. If you're ready, we're ready early for you.
I'm ready, let's get this over with.
Well, welcome. This is an important part, but it's not as formal as most people think. We're going to turn the floor over to you, let you tell us what you want us to hear, presentation-wise, and then we'll ask some questions. I'm going to pull your house up here on the board so we can
Yeah,
all see
okay.
it.
Sure.
And then we'll have some questions for you. And then you're actually the last in-person hearing today. So after you're finished, then we'll go through and we're going to deliberate on each one, come up with our decision, and then we'll notify you in the mail the next 2 to 3 weeks. So
I got you, yeah. Okay, that's,
I'll turn it over to you, buddy.
okay. Well, the main thing is, you know, the house, to start with, was built in 2000. I built it. I used to be a builder in Raleigh. So, well, I moved up here 25 years ago. This is the best place in the world to live, believe me. And I built the house, and things have just progressed downhill from there. The house, I haven't done anything to it. I haven't been able to do anything to it. As time went on, nothing has been upgraded on it. So it's got everything in it is original from 2000. It's got all the old appliances. It's got all the old carpet. The floors need to be refinished. I have some pictures here of some of the problems with the outside of the house. You like to take a look?
Yes, sir. Anything you've got for us, we'd be glad to take a look at it.
They put a brick lintel in there, and the thing expanded and it cracked all my bricks. Now that whole face, it got to be taken
Didn't
down.
we just see this?
I know, we just-
We were looking at another picture of lintels
Yeah.
being cracked. The 2 taxpayers ago, she had a problem with her lentils too, and they were doing the same thing. Yeah.
What they did when that bricklayers put in there. And then I got problems with the garage door. The floor is sinking.
Same thing with hers too.
Yeah, the house just needs some work.
Well, they live in the same neighborhood?
No,
No,
the other one was in the town of Kilmartin. This is Granville Creek.
Oh, my goodness. I don't know. Maybe it's gonna take you somewhere, I don't know.
My brick mason quit.
Oh, boy.
And then before I could get him back, he died.
oh.
Who was your mason? Who was your mason?
Grayson up in Farnham.
Oh, wow.
He was the one who finished it. So I got that all to do down there, and the whole, you know, I have the bricks and everything to finish that wall. It needs to be done.
Coming apart.
Okay?
They just didn't finish it. His brick mason passed away.
And you can't get nobody to do this. They just won't
I know.
put it on.
That's the way it is in the
So-
RJ, you
country,
like brick?
you know?
Only if
The other problem I have is that the lot, I didn't know that at the time when I bought it.
You know
But I
how.
had, never had no problem with it until it rained real hard.
Right.
And when it rained real hard, guess what happened? It just washed out the driveway. So I've been fighting this driveway, and I called DOT down to take a look at it, tell me what I can do to get it fixed.
Uh-huh.
Said nothing. I said, when they put the roads in there, the roads, that lot was a drainage for the roads.
Oh, wow.
So everything drained back to your lot?
Yeah, and it runs down, and it's fine as long as it rains, but once a year at least, it washes out. And when it washes out, here's what happens. I had a 4-foot gully running down the driveway. There's the bill for it.
4 foot.
Okay, yeah. So, I mean, and I face this every year. Last year I paid one for 4,500.
Well, you
All right,
order
so-
stuff to put down in
So
the,
you can see right here, his property. So all the water comes down Greenville Creek Road
Yep,
and funnels right down here.
yeah, and it runs
It's
right
a-
down that line there, and it runs
Huh?
right
Huh?
through
If
there
I'm
down
not,
to the creek.
if I'm not mistaken, 20G13 is of Greenfield. And the low end is on,
Is that it?
Yeah,
on his property?
it's on the,
that's the one next
you know,
to
the
Neck-
lower
right,
end
okay.
and that's the one that runs down right alongside his property and mine.
Ah, I gotcha.
15
Everything.
feet.
The drainage easement
everything
is,
just slopes to hill.
No, ain't no drainage, it just washes whatever's
So
there
whose
there,
problem
so he
is that?
gets all the water down there on that side.
I don't know.
You know, it just,
I'm just familiar with
And this is to repair washed out area by the garage.
Yeah.
where I'm.
Oh,
How often do you have to do this? Every couple of years?
that's when you get a cement,
I
truck,
haven't
dump
had to
cement.
do it except
Yeah,
for
'cause see, all
about
that
3 years
stuff
ago. It
runs
washed out, that
down
was
to
that
3,500.
creek.
Washed out last year or
That's
so.
5,600,
They did
yeah.
It's
that.
coming right across.
So is,
Here's a bill they paid, his last one.
Yeah, it's just one thing after the other, you know, and then I ended up.
So is that gonna be, looking at the screen here, off this left-hand side?
Yeah,
Fine.
yeah, well, you don't see the front of it, you know. The driveway goes
I would've got a couple
down
of
on
those
the
to see that.
side.
Oh, it must be,
Yeah, right there is where it starts going down.
Right here, behind here?
Yeah, no, down further, on this side.
I got you,
And
okay.
that washed out, you can see some of the rocks I put in there.
Sure.
That whole driveway was completely dug out, and then they refilled it with riprap all the way down to the base, took all the dirt out of there, and I got like 3 foot of stone in there, running in that driveway all the way.
So this is, we're talking right here then, RJ?
Well, just
Right
the
here?
way the land lays.
Yeah, that's it.
But
That's-
the head of that
That's
little
the
creek
house.
is just to
Right
the
there.
east of the house.
I would be the cement,
So
if you
it
poured cement,
kinda-
that'd be cheaper, wouldn't it?
that sounds terrible.
I tell a cement truck to back up there and just,
There or something.
Well, the more cement you put in, the more it cracks up and sinks.
Oh.
You have that problem. The
Oh, okay.
rock is probably the cheapest way of going, that's what Earth Resources said anyway.
oh
So
yeah,
put
'cause they sell it.
Yeah, so they ended up putting it in there. It
Yeah.
seems to be holding pretty good now with the.
How long
rains.
you had it there?
Pardon?
How long has it been since you put rocks there?
I think it was last year that I put this in there.
And then it rained last week, so,
Oh, that didn't hurt it. When it rains like.
It's
for
good. Last week we had
an
a
hour,
gully wash last week.
When it rains for about a good solid hour at one time, what happens is that field there on the right drains into that field, that little piece there.
Right here.
And then it fills the road up.
Yeah, and it
And
comes
the
right
road
down here.
overflows, and it comes right down the yard. I mean, it covers the grass and everything, it hits the driveway, and then the water just washes off, and if it finds just a little spot of dirt, boy, it just starts digging, and it just digs it all up.
You'll see economic appreciation
Yeah.
on here. I mean, he's got it noted on here. I wonder if that's why, 5%,
Or the marina,
or the marina,
The marina, yeah, is a problem.
across the creek.
Yeah.
yeah.
Very,
That's some of the
very
problem.
interesting. Yeah, because you're right, there's the marina right there, right across the creek.
Yes, And all that water comes from that farm.
Big, huge.
Right across, because it's kind of a little bit of a slant, and it fills up the main road there, and when the ditches get full, it overflows into that field.
Right,
And when those ditches get full.
comes on down here.
I drive way over my yard, it comes and right on down, it's the drainage.
so when you build, Dan,
It's
Dan,
the natural lay of the land. I mean, it's
Right.
nothing you can
And
really,
there's just nothing you can do about it.
I mean, I'm sure.
Yeah, they try to
That's
handle
what you want.
it as
Yeah.
you can. And then when you get open heart surgery on top of that, oh, it ain't too good. So your choice is go ahead, build another house and move it, but I can't do that because I'm taking care of my 93-year-old brother.
Oh, are you?
Yes, I am.
Good for you.
bless
It's
you.
either that or a nursing home, you know.
Yeah.
He's not one. Yeah.
Sure.
I mean, I'll have to die before he goes.
Wow.
So there's 3 old people living in this house down there, and you guys are killing me on the taxes.
Well, I'm looking at the value, the land went up 10,000, which seems to be pretty consistent with what we've seen thus far. But-
Social Security didn't go up.
But your improvements went up $340,000.
Yeah, I know.
So what kind of gold fixture plates do you have in your home?
No, he-
You must have gold toilets and gold fixtures and
And your driveway.
chandeliers and,
I'm telling you, it's original from 2000. I haven't had no money to upgrade any. My wife would love to get a whole new kitchen. Forget it, I tell her.
Oh, you did? And you had gold bricks, rip rack?
I mean, you know, here's a house here next door to me that's sold, and this house sold. In fact, I think that's the one that I sent to you guys up here. 23,
91, Greenbelt Creek.
yeah, this is
Okay.
up here. See? what they're selling, you know?
20,
And there's another one on the street. that just-
91, yep, and then Earl Drive, and then 213.
Yeah, and that one just sold, you know, and they're all in the 600s. That's about what you're gonna get for the house. I mean, you know, give me a break. It just,
Good for the house.
it'd be great if I was working. I wouldn't want to do this at all. But I don't mind paying taxes, but when your social security goes up,
Hey,
and then they reach in the other pocket and take $10 off for your health care, what did you, you look
I
at
know.
it, and then they raise this 300%?
Yeah, that's quite a,
Yeah, they killed me on that when they did that. It just, that was the straw of the back.
that's the last,
You know. These are some of the notes that I made there. It was built in 2020. I had no updates to the
built,
kitchen.
when was it built?
To 2020, 2000.
Okay.
Sorry.
I was gonna say, that's a big mistake if you missed that, okay,
No,
so,
no, I didn't.
so that's right.
20,000.
Okay,
It's got the original hot water tanks in there.
okay,
Okay. All the appliances with the exception of the refrigerator. I had to put a new refrigerator.
the rest of the appliances are original?
Everything else is original, you know? It's the cooktop and
Roof,
stove.
roof, siding?
No siding at all. The baths are the same, everything, the toilets are the same. There's no upgrade on anything. There's, the carpet's the same.
Gotcha,
There's been no painting done in the house at all.
okay,
You just can't do all this stuff.
right,
And then, like I say, the driveway washes on, and the garage aprons, I have to fix them whether I want to or not, because I'm breaking the tires going in and over that.
The
That's
crack.
not about that much, yeah, and it's all cracked, I just gotta need to replace it. So that's the next biggest thing. And slowly but surely I'll work on it, but I can't do it that now. I mean, to try to get it ready to sell, if I was to have to sell it today, I'd have to take a loan, I mean, a sizable one. That house next door to me, that house sold 2 years ago for $469. And the guy that bought it, he went in there and got all landscaping done on it. And he upgraded everything in the whole house, redid the whole house, painted it, upgraded the kitchen and everything else, and turned it into Airbnb.
Airbnb?
So I got that going for me next door too. You got people walking through your yard, you got their dogs that they bring and they run through your yard. And it ain't that I'm against dogs or people, you know, that's all fine.
You don't want them trespassing on your property, though.
It's a hassle, but they do, you know, they live right next door there. That's where that tragedy happened, by the way. The little boy or baby, whatever it was, 2 years old, fell off the dog.
Yeah, yeah, right there.
That's my story.
So, looks like,
Sticking to it.
basement?
It's storage.
Okay.
It's just junk down.
Okay.
He looked into that and he's, yeah.
All right, so that's good there. Deck, garage, screen porch,
So it is approximately 3,800 square feet, thereabouts?
Close to, yeah, I
Okay.
would say close to that.
pier, garage.
That
Three-car
dog down there
garage.
needs probably all new boards on it. It's, like I say, 25 years old. It needs repair too. It's one thing after the other. It's like it's all going at one time, and so am I. I'm like falling apart. Don't get old, I'll tell you, this is bad. Really bad.
carport. So it's a two-car garage and one, three. They call it a carport. Carport.
We got 3 old people living in there, me, my brother, and my wife. And she's older than me.
Oh, shit.
I'm 86.
Good for y'all, good for y'all.
You on my street?
Yes.
Rainbow Crate?
No, age-wise.
Oh.
Yeah, it just time marches on. The body wants to do so much, but it won't let you.
And I don't push
My
it.
mind is still 25, but my body is 90. It's like it ain't doing good at all. But I do take care of my brother.
Well, some
That's
didn't make
great.
it, some
That's
didn't
great.
make it.
Yeah?
Some didn't make it, so we thank God we
Yeah,
made it.
He'll be 90, 93, 94 this year.
That's great.
Mm.
Yeah.
That's great. Well, gang, does anybody else have any more questions for Mr. Setta? I think what you provided has been very helpful,
Good.
very helpful.
Just trying to give you a picture of what's there. That's all
Well,
I can do.
and you know what? That's great because really all we have is the tax cards, and we can go and look on, you know, the aerials, but we don't really know.
What's going on?
Yeah, exactly. So we really appreciate you bringing this stuff. And,
It's a pretty house.
it's a pretty house,
It is
yeah.
pretty, very pretty.
If you didn't have a river beside your house every time it rains hard.
I never expected that,
Yeah.
and it never happened. I mean, I was there like 10 years, never a bit of trouble at all. Then just recently, within the last 5, 6 years, all these rains coming down, constant, like they're raining for days and days and days, and the street starts filling up, and that's it, you know?
What about VDOT can do some of that?
Look like it, or else you get a skiff.
Is the land
Take
is
the
too
cars
much?
out the garage and get a
No.
skiff.
You can't afford boats
A
today.
lot of the culverts need
That's
cleaning
another
and
thing.
stuff like that haven't been done. There's other things.
Yeah.
My brother and I built that house.
Did you really?
Yes, I did. I did all the framing on the house.
Wow,
I did all the electric, he did all the plumbing.
that's beautiful. I
That's
like
great.
Well, you can't. How can you afford, how can anybody afford to buy a house? I mean, it's,
Well, if you're a builder, you're gonna build it the way it should be built.
Yeah.
Probably overbuilt and over-engineered than a normal.
well, I haven't
Sick
had
bill.
no problems with the house itself. It's just,
The rain.
and I can't control that. I'm trying to fix it, but it's hard to do. So
Yes.
Yeah.
I just, we can't, my brother's done, he can't do it.
Yeah.
You know, I just got, and it's me and I can't do it. It's just too far.
Well,
So we are at your mercy.
well, we appreciate you coming in and making the appointment and, actually, we'll probably, we got 2 more mail-in
Yes, you will.
requests, but we'll work our way backwards and we'll work on yours and keep on going to the other ones today, so.
Okay, yeah, this
But we'll let you know within 2-3 weeks' time of,
Here's Jan.
Yes.
Where's, Charlene Ray? She's the one, set the appointment
Oh.
and everything.
Crystal?
Yeah, Crystal.
She's right over here.
Yep.
Crystal, right there.
Crystal, how you doing?
Yep. She keeps us all straight.
Yep.
Okay.
And then Glenn keeps us all on audio, video, and make sure technology, everything's working right, so.
Okay, great. Great. You guys are all set then.
We think we are. We try to be.
Well, I thank you for your time.
Yes, sir. Yep. Thank you. Have a great rest of your day and
Okay.
good luck with your brother and your wife.
Yes.
Hope you
No,
stay
you
dry.
can tell you made a very good presentation today. She ought to be proud of you.
Keep it dry, keep it dry.
Thank you for your help.
Do y'all want to do the 2 mail-in requests? That way we can get down the list and then we can go ahead and work our way
Whatever.
either forwards or backwards through this.
Can we go back to Moriarty?
Yeah,
Because we were kind of working through that,
that's fine. Yeah,
and then maybe jump to the
Mail-ins.
Just
Yeah,
to sort of,
that's fine. All right.
something's gonna be, Moriarty's price per square foot is higher than any other thing that we looked at today, including the stuff in Irvington.
Really?
By like a good amount. And so that's where I asked Crystal to change the class and what is it? The condition, and that brought the value down. But it still doesn't make any sense. I feel like the year built has gotta, there's gotta be more factors going into that number. And I think, what I'm getting from this is that the county kinda has their things that they fill in, And it's not like he comes in and completely reinvents the wheel. I think that's what the last assessor guy said. So he may not, I think the numbers get spit out at him, but he may not really even know what exactly, how the data that he puts into it.
Because in between reassessments, half of them go out and do all the new
Construction.
construction.
Yeah.
So a lot of times, I guess he's coming in and some of those things have already been set.
Yeah.
I mean, his price per square foot at 187 is $10 higher than anything else that we looked at. I mean, Coppage Road, that's probably a pretty nice house in Whitestone,
Yeah, yeah.
and that's,
I mean, it's double what it was the last assessment. It was $94.97. And now it's 187. I don't, that's just crazy. How can it double?
well, I feel like most of them came pretty close to that, right? They've all gone from, but his was the most increase.
He was 475.
So his condition is good, his class is C, does Beth know, or is that in that manual?
Maybe he
like,
just
what all the
transposed two
different
numbers.
Yeah.
conditions and classes are that we have
Because
to,
everything else has kind of been in that 175-ish range.
Yeah.
no, that's Department of Taxation's property class code. I was looking at that too, because there's a thing down here that says neighborhood. And I think 2 is waterfront and 1 is off water. So I doubt that that is anything that we can change. To the left of structural elements,
Yeah.
where it's got the condition and the class.
Yeah.
That's something, I mean, that number just sticks out to me for that guy.
No, you're right. Neighborhood is 1 for non-waterfront, 2 for waterfront. Yeah.
Okay, and then up top, there's class,
Yep.
which I guess is what this is that Crystal just handed me. Class 1, single-family residential urban, class 2. Okay, so class 1 is with access to public water and public sewer. Class 2 is without access.
And see, all we're looking at is class A, B, C, D, or, M, or,
Yeah, up at the top, next to the acreage, there's a class. And I was just curious what that was, but I don't think
At
that,
the top of it,
okay.
Oh,
Just up at the very top of the tax card, it's to the acreage, and then to the right, it says class 2.
right.
Some of them say class 1, some of them say class 2.
right to the left.
I just want to figure out why that guy's number is 187. And it should probably be lower than a lot of these properties. Yeah, right, I think Jason said that the
see it.
condition in the class didn't affect that number, but I think it does. Though I'm not exactly sure what changed when Beth reran the numbers. I forget if last year, can she print out a new tax sheet, or can she give us any more information on what exactly changed?
A whole new tax card.
Yeah, I mean, I see that she did those, and it changed the improvements from 449 to 426. But does it, like, what changed in the
I'm
numbers?
not sure, I just told her to take both those things we talked about down one level, so I'm not sure.
Could she maybe come, or maybe Marlon will know?
But yeah, she's
Okay.
in the restaurant, so maybe you can ask her and see if I need to call one.
And, I mean, I'm pretty comfortable taking the factor down to 90 just to get to where we need to go, but maybe if there's another way, then I sort of think, and you guys are at any time welcome to tell me to shut up, because I
no, there's Marlon right here.
talk
Yeah.
too much. But if we're gonna bring that one down to 90, and then we're looking for, at least try to have some consistency
Right.
between calling that one a factor of 90, because, condition and class. Does, the question that we asked Jason was, does that affect the price per square foot that gets applied to the property?
Beth is probably better equipped to answer that, because the class is more subjective. Say, like a class C is like an average house.
Okay.
And basically what she sort of looks at and knows more, because when she out, she looks at the house, and she comes up with her own, class as far as C, B, A, D, when she looks at the house. But I think if the class actually does not affect the rate square per square, I think the class affected the factor.
Oh,
I think the class comes in with the factor. She's gone to lunch, but, when she comes back, I can sit her down and she can be able to further discuss or further tell you about the classes.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's basically subjective when you go out and, she looks for certain things to determine whether it's a class C, B, A, or whatever. Of course, class A is at the top, pristine,
right,
and class C is usually just average.
average.
Yeah.
And then what is that, what, for one of those, there's a designation M for mansion, and that's like the highest.
You know, we had it,
I'm pretty sure there was an
I
M
think
last time, I'm just not sure if
yeah,
that's the
like the
condition or the
capsule down in-
class.
and
Wherever.
maybe one or two,
Yeah.
maybe, that's classified as a
I
M,
think they should give you,
but, yeah.
Okay,
they should give you
I guess
the
if that being the
codes that
case, I
they
would go to
use,
the-
so we don't have
the-
to ask them.
the, maybe skip back to
You know,
the,
it's like going to school.
I guess I'm just sort of
you make it
interested
60
in-
or something.
that'd be good to know if one of them does the price per square foot,
To know what the.
and one of them does the
parameters
factor.
One is that we're building on ways.
That would be kind of useful, I think, to figure out how
She'll
to,
be back, and
attack
she
this
just
one.
left, she'll be back in about an hour.
okay.
Yeah, I'll send her on down.
Okay,
Okay.
Thank
She's
you.
better to address
The
the
situation
classes,
is,
because like I say, when she goes up, she's the one that's looking at the house and trying to figure out whether it's a class A or class B house. And she could tell you more what she's looking for in that particular class to come up with that determination.
but if that doesn't affect the price per square foot, that just affects the factor, does condition, we can't change condition, can we?
You can change, yeah, you can change the,
they don't have no.
Does condition G
formula.
mean good?
That's what
I think so, yeah.
And then there's.
What's the difference between condition
A
and
for
class then?
average.
A for average.
So good, average.
Let me
But
look
thi-
at
but
the
thi- this one
manual,
says-
and see what, if there's anything description in the.
This one says condition G, class C, so good and C.
Average house in good condition is what I'm.
Average house, good condition, gotcha.
What I'm determining that it means.
So with the condition, does that change the price per square foot? Okay,
That would be a better question for that.
okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
That's just jumping out to me as the really weird thing with that property. Why is his Mitchell home in Upper Lane?
Formula, what they use to describe.
Well,
the
you
property.
even heard the assessor said, I can't tell you that. He's like, it's all a computer formula.
Or whatever he decides, whatever day it is, what
No,
time.
it's whatever's in the computer system.
It's all, he gets a bunch of numbers and from the sales and then plugs it in and then, but it kind of spits out at the end. What people want is what are the 3 properties you used to value my property? He doesn't really have that. He's got a whole
It just
database
makes
somewhere.
it easier if they give you a guide or whatever, how they do stuff. It's a secret maybe.
So we can change factor,
Yes.
right?
And we could change depreciation.
Change depreciation.
Yep,
Would, because this is the one that the guy said was basically the modular, right?
yes.
If that class and condition do not affect that square footage figure, can we make it up in depreciation
Yeah.
to reflect
I mean, we
more
could-
of
we
what
could
you
say-
showed rather than?
We could go from 106 factor, 90 factor, and we could take physical depreciation from 7 to 10 or 12 if we wanted to.
Well, I mean, changing those brought the value down, but again, I guess Beth stepped out to lunch. So that's what bringing the class and the condition down one step each
That would be the better way.
changed the value to. But because it's not the whole tax sheet, I don't know what number, I mean, it obviously it didn't affect the land value at all.
And what'd she do here?
She took the condition down one level And the class down one level.
So conditional to fair and then class less than average?
Whatever Neil is asking to do one level for whatever he's being charged right now.
I took it down $24,000.
I don't know exactly which number, which is what I wanted to ask, potentially ask Beth.
But I mean, I don't know that I would agree to move the condition in class. If it's a good condition, it's an average home,
Yeah.
why don't we just change the factor depreciation? I'm afraid if we start changing condition in class for homes, and someone will say, why, you know, why is his better or not better than mine?
And it's a 12-year-old house, so.
Yeah,
And then
Yeah.
the base, I guess, too, if they was gonna sell the house, it would be based on that.
mm-hmm.
But I don't know why they just don't have a formula so we could just go by, period. It would be simple, like crimes or in school. Misdemeanor, felony.
Yeah. 90%,
Oh,
let's
God.
do,
Yeah, that price per square foot. about-
Six
It's
in
weird, right?
school
This
would be
one on
an
Cedar
F.
Lane in Irvington, 173, but I guess that's a,
They had different,
I mean, look at Mr. Hoover's. His is 100 square foot difference at $147.80. Exact same condition, exact same class versus Moriarty at 187.
I like,
I feel like that's either typo or somehow,
There's
which would be
something-
weird if your price per square foot is
I
higher
don't know why this is that.
because it's newer, but then your depreciation is lower. It would be like you're getting hit twice for the same thing.
Yeah.
And I thought he was super nice at our meeting, but I mean, I think what he's telling us is wrong about what affects the price per square foot.
Yeah.
35 minus 35.5.
So what do you think?
I'm really hoping he just transposed those two numbers and that should be 178.84. It's just, you have to change, but that still changes everything.
Can we change the price per square foot?
Unfortunate mistake.
Direct that to be,
I don't remember.
I don't think we can.
No, because that's what his program spits out. It's just,
I just remember y'all changed, I remember mine.
I think if you got some formula in the person that don't appeal it or don't
Yeah.
come here.
That just
they
doesn't
get
seem-
the same treat, the same.
it doesn't seem
treatment
equitable
or
to me.
whatever it be.
because it's so much higher than
But
everything
if you don't
else
show up here, then you just
That-
pay whatever the machine spits
that
out.
we've looked at.
And I don't think that's
None of them
fair.
are high. But I'm good just to do, I mean, if we want to close the book on this one, change the factor and we can learn more as we go along.
Well,
Last time.
here's what I propose. We take the factor from 106 to 90 and physical depreciation from 7 to 10%. That gives him an overall of 382.7. So it's still $80-some thousand increase from 19, but it's 382 versus 512 of new, which is crazy. And I think, if you were to look at this from a strictly value standpoint, is this home on this property closer to value of 380, 382 or 512? So,
especially with that economic depreciation of being an Ottoman, you know.
if that house was on Carter's Creek, man, it'd be, yeah. Woo! What do you all think about that?
I
I
think
think
you're
it-
more realistic at your 380.
it's,
whatever
it's,
that
it's an
number was.
increase, but given the factors of it being a modular and the price per square foot being higher, it doesn't make sense.
I'm fine with that.
Cool.
Everybody good with that? All right, so all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, any opposed?
Yep.
All right, so Crystal, on 25F 111, Michael Moriarty. We are unanimous vote, taking factor from 106 down to 90, and physical depreciation from 7% to 10%. All right. Well done, gang. First one out of the way. All right. Do y'all want to move right on in order to Mr. Reese now?
Sure.
Sure.
Okay. Again, I think this was another one that was just more concerned about the improvement
Yep.
than the land. So. He's up here.
27.
Can you pull that up on Google Earth as well?
Yep.
Okay, he's got, oh.
Anything for you, Neil, what you need?
He's driving a bus.
I got multiple buses here right
What
now.
do you do?
Chesapeake. All right, there he is. Right here on the point.
Wow, he's got that 40% depreciation.
And so that's
Factor of 135.
Irvington, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
Point.
right down,
Point
That's
line.
like Gabe and Jeff are next door, right? And then there's the,
it's right down across from the, Trick Dog.
yeah.
There's
Yeah,
the
okay.
Commons right there, winds on back, yeah. I guess Gabe's house is next door, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
It sold for one, he said that one sold for 1.6, the one 2 doors down sold for 1.6.
Yeah.
And Irvington's just gone crazy, it's hard to,
I know.
So in what he marked up, depreciation was 45, but now it's 40. Factor stayed the same.
so then depreciation isn't just a number that gets spit out based on the year.
And he says he hasn't done anything.
Nope. And again, his land only went up very little, but the improvements went up quite a bit. $170,000.
When was the last time a waterfront home sold in Irvington for under $1 million?
I don't know of any.
And Sam's Cove kind of jumped out at me as, okay, that's one of those, oh, you know what, Ronnie Crockett's had that house next to Brian and Jacqueline's house. That stayed on the market for a while.
Yeah,
And that stayed on the market for a bit.
that was in the lane.
Yeah, and that stayed on the market for a bit. I mean, it was kind of a weird house.
Need a lot of work.
Yeah, so that would be one that sold for under $1 million in
Yeah,
Irvington.
it didn't have much water at
Mm-mm.
all.
This is up down a point.
Yeah.
I mean, it would seem like to me you'd have a pretty good view there, depending on the trees, kind
I've
of.
been there, but it's been years and years and years and years ago. I don't remember much about it.
He's right there where the arrow is?
Right here.
Yeah, okay. That's right.
Yeah, it's a beautiful piece of land.
That's why I pulled up the picture here.
Do we need look at the neighboring properties to see?
So that's,
We can't really tell much without getting the tax cards on neighboring properties.
know.
To see what
That's
the
his pier.
condition.
so he's got,
That's nice.
yeah.
Mm.
Can't wait till March on that.
guess another one that sold for under $1 million is that one as you're going down Chesapeake on the right-hand side, where you're at the very, very beginning of that little finger that comes down. Didn't you guys have that, or Nina had it? I
Yeah.
don't remember who sold it,
Yeah,
and it sold, I think that was the second time that it sold. But there you got so little water. I
Yeah.
think that's not, they're really good. Comparison. Factor of 135. Are there any houses that are kind of similar that we could look at to see what their total assessment is? That anybody would kind of think would be, I mean, obviously the two to the right are newer, right? It does seem like that's a pretty nice spot on the
Yeah, it's a pretty
creek, a pretty piece of land that people would be.
I mean, I can think of one, but the house was much, much bigger. Glenn Copper stole that one. Or rather, I think that's where his daughter bought. You know which one, you know where that is?
No.
here's a pretty house right next door. But again, without the tax code.
It's hard to know.
Oh, Ralph Higgins' house. Well, 445 was divided by square footage. Yeah, that's about the same thing. This one next door is 173 a square foot, and this subject one we're looking at for Reese is 177 a square foot. So again, I think the one next door, Ralph Higgins' house, is a little bit nicer than this one, and it's less price per square foot.
His land's probably a little nicer than the one next door, or
Who's that?
is this land a bit nicer than the one? I guess the land isn't really the issue though.
No, I mean, here's Ralph Higgins, this is the subject we're looking at now.
Wow.
Oh, he's in here. 27C 143.
That's the one I looked at next door, but this
Yeah.
is the one we're looking at right now
Yeah, yeah.
for Stephen Reese.
He might be hidden back or what? Sitting back.
I say we just put the depreciation back to where it was before, the 135, or the shoot,
Was it 45?
So that's in the-
45%.
That's in the original tax.
Yeah.
That's interesting. They also had a functional
I know.
depreciation
I just saw
on the
that.
original tax card
Yeah.
that didn't get transferred. That's just such a subjective.
So they had 15, a 105 factor before, and 15% physical?
No, the factor didn't change at all. Just the physical depreciation last time was 45, and now all of a sudden it's 40. But they also had functional 10%, which suddenly disappeared.
I'm looking at his guest house, I guess.
Yeah. Which for the life, well, I don't know.
I mean, I didn't look at a whole lot, but I feel like everything that's currently listed for sale is listed significantly higher than the new assessment.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I don't know why, like, what would the point of taking the depreciation down 5% have been, so it'd be fine. Based on the age. He did bring the depreciation down on some of the other improvements.
What do you want to do? You want to leave the factor 135 and take up the depreciation 45?
Maybe there's justification for doing that, because I don't know why, you would think if anything, the depreciation would potentially have, now, 5 years isn't a whole lot in the life of a house. I don't know why the depreciation would have dropped.
Well, they think the factor should still say 135, 4 or 5 years' time?
That factor number is just so subjective. I mean, to me, the property is still,
It's a nice spot.
is still a nice property in Irvington.
Well, that's the lot.
Yeah.
That's the land value.
The one, the factor?
Now, the factor's about all the house and everything else, right?
Yeah.
Mm,
The land value is totally separate.
yeah. What's the land value on 41?
$375.
And there's a great example that sold for $500,000 more than the assessed value.
Yes,
Oh.
the new assessed value.
Oh. Oh, I know exactly where we're talking about then. Okay.
Terry Dort sold.
Yeah, yeah. Huh.
And yeah, it sold for $900,000 more than
The previous, when he
the
bought it.
previous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, what y'all want to do?
Um,
Sounds like we're looking at 45 depreciation versus 40
Right.
versus previous, but do y'all want to change factor or leave factor line at 135?
I guess my question would be why, like, why would we change the factor? Like, are we thinking that it's not market value? And that's why we should change
No, I'm with you.
that?
I'm with you. Just,
If we want to look more into equalization stuff, then we would need to pull some tax cards and try to determine if there's, do other properties with similar houses have higher or lower factors?
yep.
And is there something, it's just one of those that's really hard, I think, to ask the market value question, because things are going for so high in Irvington right now.
Right.
I feel like you'd probably be able to get $900,000 or $850,000
Yeah, I would think pretty easily.
for it, if not significantly more, depending on
Right.
the layout and stuff like that. Did he bring us any information? Right, because he had a couple of, did he have a couple of?
yeah.
No,
No, okay.
he had a cover sheet.
I'm pretty sure he came out last year, or last time.
This time. I mean, everybody says, well, I haven't done anything to the house, but that's not why the values are going up, right?
Right.
It has specific errors, but we asked about those things, right? The
Yes.
specific errors.
You did say there was no closed door.
There's no enclosed porch?
That's what my notes say, that he said.
There's two enclosed porches shown on the tax card, right? I don't remember that.
But he said no, because you know what it is? He said it's 2,700 square feet. So I think he's including, that would make sense, he's including the square footage of the enclosed porches in his,
That's right, overall calculation.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, y'all want to take action on this one? Neil?
Unless we want to explore other tax cards to see if there's anything equalization that we should be looking at. Then I guess the only thing that I would see is, I don't know why the depreciation would have dropped.
I know.
I think that's kind of a subjective number, but I can understand, you know, depreciation's gonna be X 5 years ago. He did say that he hadn't done anything since 2006, so all the work had been done on it since the previous one.
Right.
And then the other thing is, you know, if we're gonna give credence to the old assessment, I'm not sure, you know, we don't know why there was a functional depreciation of 10% in the old one, and we don't know why, why they, so I don't know if the old assessor thought that the property was just laid out weird, then maybe it is when you try and cram stuff on a point. So potentially,
And see, we won't know that. All we've got to go off is the old assessor and can seem it to be accurate unless somebody tells us otherwise.
I guess he was accurate, the old assessor or the new one.
Jason didn't put any notes on this thing for us. I don't, so we got nothing to go off of.
Yeah.
He just marked it out.
Yep.
Oh, you know what? This is interesting. I just noticed, it went from, you know, if we're gonna go back to that depreciation from the old tax card, there is a 10% depreciation on the old tax card, and in the old tax card, the condition was fair, and Jason changed it to average.
All right, I see that at the top.
Mm-hmm.
So if we're kind of,
Oh,
you know, saying, hey, he didn't make any changes to it, so
yeah.
why did those changes occur?
But he also changed the class. Look at that, he went from a B to a C. No, we're talking, no, you know what it is? That's the,
Guest house. Was it?
yep, that's the guest house, never mind.
Okay, but up at the, right, this is the main house then?
Yeah.
Isn't it? Yeah, 2608.
Yep.
Well, maybe Jason couldn't explain the functional,
Improvement.
so he just changed it from fair to average and got rid of the functional
Yeah.
depreciation.
Yep.
That all would jump it up, right? Like if you take away the functional depreciation, then that makes the value go higher.
Higher.
And if you go fair is lower than average, right? Is
Yep.
that the case?
Yep.
So not only did the thing go up just because of property values going up, but also on physical depreciation, functional depreciation, and condition, those were all changed in a way that also boosted the appraisal assessment beyond just that price per square foot number from the last one. That'd be kind of interesting. I don't know, is that a site visit? It's just interesting the things that stay the same between the old. So if there's any consideration of lowering the factor to potentially, you know, kind of agree with this point on the age of the house and things, I think potentially going back and reverting some of those things back to the old assessment and then let the numbers fall where they may.
I don't know that we can do that. We haven't physically gone to the house, so how can we say that the class, the conditions change, we've only got to rely on the assessor, and it's up to the homeowner with the preponderance of evidence to change our minds on it. See what I'm saying?
But I mean, the factor's kind of the same,
No, but you're talking about changing class, condition, all that stuff.
kind of the same question on factor, right? Like, why would we be changing the factor? Why would we tell one property owner that this is a 90 factor and this is a 135? And in the end, we're just trying to figure out how to.
Yeah, but I don't know if we can go back and change tax cards to an old assessment without us physically, I mean, because these are all field notes.
Right, and there's a thing in there about, we're supposed to kind of defer to the assessor when,
Well, I think according to the manual and the bylaw, I think we have to deem the assessor to be accurate unless by preponderance of evidence, the taxpayer can prove us wrong or prove them wrong.
Hey, what does this note? Exterior raise,
What is it,
average
basically?
to average plus something.
Average to good.
Condition.
I think our hands are tied with this one. I think we can just hit with depreciation and
I totally agree.
Okay.
I don't know. This is a.
Well, and if we, y'all remember how it is, if we start getting too heavy in the bushes on this one, we're gonna open up Pandora's box for everybody, and then we're gonna have to get Beth, who's not back for another 30 minutes. We're not gonna be able to do anything then.
Right.
To start pulling everybody's tax cards around us. So I think we've got to look at the information in front of us, make the best decision we can, and if we all don't agree on it, then we can table it and discuss it another day, but,
You're proposing just correct the depreciation and
Move on.
that's what we do, yeah.
Okay.
I'm fine.
Neil?
Yep, I'm good with that.
All right, so all in favor of changing the Reese property physical depreciation from 40-45, say aye. Anybody opposed? Okay. Thank you. Tax map 27-142 for Reese, we're changing the physical depreciation from 40 to 45%. Unanimous approval.
That's the only change.
That's the only change.
Ay, ay, ay. I don't think I can do Mr. Hoover today. Oh, Lord, how many years are we gonna have to deal with that loving man? I tell you, that's difficult.
We can skip over him and go to the next one.
Yeah,
if you
let's,
want.
can we do the write-in ones? That way it's pretty straightforward.
The mailed-in ones?
Yeah.
Sure. All right, back of the book.
Because for Mr. Hoover, we're gonna have to pull
We are,
cards for sure.
and we're gonna need Beth for that.
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to Ed Crockett. Ed and Shirley Crockett, Cedardale. Yeah, he's arguing about the custom yachts being so close, and, yeah.
Wait, is he on the water? Or is he not on the water?
So,
He's not on the water.
so custom yachts is right here.
Okay.
So he's literally backed up to the yard there. Crystal, do you miss driving the bus?
I know you all, you probably think you should not know how to use a mouse, but I mean, it's hard to get it going.
I know, yep.
Yeah.
All right, so here's the pointer is over the Crockett's house.
Yep,
This is the boatyard.
yep. So.
This is Steamboat Road here. So I think, and this is the new place called Refuel that Albert Pollard just did.
Yeah.
So these are rentals and stuff. So I think his argument is based on, I guess, this would be one of those economic depreciation spots because you've got a fully functioning marina there and a rental spot that there should be consideration given that for his property value.
It's not waterfront, correct?
No.
Correct.
Doesn't look like it.
Let me pull up the bottom of that sheet.
The old assessment, so neighborhood 1 is waterfront?
2 is waterfront.
They have them as neighborhood 2.
Huh.
The old tax card did as well, but I would think that would affect the price per square foot. I don't know if he's like close enough to the water that, I don't think that was really a mistake from Jason. I think that just came over from the old tax card.
No, so there, it's just a home site of 105, no waterfront.
Curious what that neighborhood 1 and 2 is and if it affects anything or not. I thought I had it figured out that 1 was waterfront and 1 was not waterfront.
He's also listed here, David, incorrect land records, saying that he's got, they're showing one more bath, and he's got having a basement where there is none.
It looks like that got corrected. I was looking at that. Yeah. It's got,
Finished wood with 3/4 carpet.
All right, so he's saying it does not have a basement. Is that corrected on our tax card? No basement,
yeah, I'm not seeing a basement.
okay?
Wait,
And
hold
then
on. Section A.
it was listed as 1-story, was 2-story. Actually, this is 1.25 story. I wonder if that was the square footage thing.
What's that?
1 story versus 1.25 story versus 1.5 story.
Yeah, that
versus
definitely
2-story.
has something to do with it. If I recall from last year, not only is it, it would
So
have been nice for Jason to point that out.
it's actually listed as 1.25 story. That makes a difference of,
Oh, base.
here's the picture of the house.
Okay.
I'd call that 1.25 also. Wouldn't you,
Yeah,
Jay?
a bit, yeah.
Yeah,
So I think we're good there.
because he's not saying the upper level's not finished.
Right.
anywhere, Right, okay.
Square footage was incorrect and the flooring was listed as being finished wood with 3/4 floors carpet over plywood. All right, so he's got hardwood. The square footage, Mr. Crockett. Oh, here it is on the next page. Incorrect. Listed as 4.5 baths instead of 3.5.
That looks like that was corrected.
That was
It
correct,
passed through.
all right. Basement, that's been corrected.
Yep.
The finished wood part, I don't know how much that's gonna change. And he's saying the actual square footage is 2567, that was corrected, I guess, because it's now showing 2524. So, that's been taken care of, so we gotta. And I think the hardwood, we could put hardwood / carpet. That's an administrative thing that Beth can do. I don't know if that's gonna change value really. And again, his building, his improvements went up 80% and land up 10%, so let's see. That's been pretty customary, $10,000 increase for land, but improvements went from 243 to 418.
I mean, it more than doubled his price per square foot. I think that's even bigger than, that's the biggest jump, I think.
Yeah,
Double would have been 160 something.
right.
Condition G, Class B.
So good, and then B, I guess, is above average. They've got economic depreciation of 5%.
That's what,
Next, close to business, ECN, yep.
didn't, was it SETA that got 5% for the marina
Yes.
across the creek?
Yep.
It's a little bit closer proximity. Do you weigh that at all? I mean, it's being right in your backyard a little bit
Versus
different
across the
than the
creek.
other.
Yeah, I definitely would think that's a much bigger detriment than having Greenvale Marina across the creek. from you.
Across
You're
the
look-
creek.
You're looking at the pretty side from the water.
Exactly.
Right.
A lot of people don't love being around the marina. I
Then
think
you,
it's fun.
then you got the Airbnb rentals right beside you too.
Yeah,
That's
sort of a
right.
commercial, they have this whole commercial thing back there. So it's interesting, so far, factor is not something that he has changed on any of the properties that we've looked at between assessments.
All right, so Mr. Minton, his is 10% economic.
It was.
That's because the tide's in next door doing all that work.
Right.
His is 10?
Yeah,
And that's something that's gonna eventually
Go away.
gonna finish.
dissipate. So I would
Right.
think this should be more than 10%. It's in Irvington, it's a similar.
It's not going anywhere.
No.
Some- And that's not gonna
No.
go, so I could see boosting that to 15%
Okay.
Okay,
pretty easily. I don't know,
I agree.
between 15 or 20,
Yep.
but there's really no way to tell. But
right.
I think 15 can justify by being more impacted than,
What is he making, 15%?
The economic
Economic.
Oh, okay.
appreciation.
Okay,
That is right next to that
okay.
boatyard and,
That's interesting. That's funny because, huh,
it's also interesting with the Reese property where he dropped the physical depreciation. On this one, the physical depreciation went from 15 to 22. So 5 years later, the depreciation has gone up.
yeah.
7%, but the factors stay the same.
And he doesn't say anything at all about whether he's done anything or not, so I guess we have to assume that he hasn't.
So I think this one, we're kind of looking at it from a fair market value perspective.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, houses in Irvington are certainly selling for 500,000. It's a pretty nice looking house. Didn't, a much smaller house on Cedardale.
Yep, the one right,
Wasn't the yellow, right, wasn't it,
Holly owned it at
Britton
one
Houses?
time. Yeah,
Yeah, old house.
yep,
And that sold for 500,000.
yep.
But I don't think it was as impacted as that house is by the boatyard.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Is that the move we make?
yeah, I think definitely that's
Just change the economic.
what I
Everybody
think.
good there?
Yes.
Neil?
Yeah, unless.
Any other changes for that one?
I think the only other way to look at changes would be to pull tax cards and see what other, off-water properties there are sort of assessed as. I don't-
You mean per square foot?
Yeah, which I guess that's really it, right? I mean, I guess it would just be whether, I guess what we could look at is if other homes close by, if we're kind of zeroing in on factor. Do other homes that are on Cedardale and the lane and stuff that seem like they should be relatively similar? Are there factors the same, lower, higher?
And the one we were talking about is a one-story old house. It's been completely renovated.
Redone, yeah.
I guess there are other off-water houses down there.
Well, the Johnson's house in the corner, they're at 3012. So they're saying the Crockett's house is $120,000 higher? That's a two-story house.
It's a lot older, right? But theirs is like one of the historical,
Yeah.
well, I don't know how much that makes a difference. This was built in 95. What about across from there, Ashley Duncan's place, that was Jenny Jo Don's?
Jimmy Jackson's, 268.
Oh, that's right, because that house looks right over the
That house
exact
looks-
same view.
Was Jenny's on the lane?
She was.
Yeah, it's the one right where the lane turns, probably the 3393.
Yeah.
That white rancher.
That's it.
Yeah.
264.7.
It's a smaller house, I think, though she's finished the basement with the county. How you deal with the finished basement, I'm not sure about.
Yeah, that would be interesting to see what
The factor is on that
is.
one.
Yeah, and also what if she's got any economic appreciation on that one. But that's not gonna show on this, right?
No, we have to pull the tax card to get the,
And we gotta wait for,
do we need to wait for Beth to get tax cards, Crystal, or?
Just tell me what numbers and I can.
33,393.
Anything else?
I don't think so.
That's it for right now. What's the square footage in this one? 2524. Hers is 1906.
I think this
It
house,
does have 1250s.
But 263 is a total building value.
this house is pretty old, right?
1959.
59.
I've been in this house, but it's been centuries ago. I don't really.
No, it's
remember.
not, I don't think it was that big. It was kind of fixed up.
Was
Yeah,
it?
Jenny had fixed it up.
Had she? Okay.
It had, like, that whole room out there, all the windows have been replaced. It was like an open floor plan there. That picture's old. There's a pretty big deck off the back. So I think from
there-
a real estate fair market value perspective, that I think you could make an argument about which one of those is more valuable.
Did she
I
sell
mean-
that house?
Jenny?
No, did, Ashley?
Mm-hmm. It still has her on there. As far as I know, she's still.
But she's at 357. This is at 524.
Yeah, I
That's
think from
crazy.
an equalization point, that's a pretty strong.
Yeah.
Now, I think hers would sell for more than 357.
Yeah,
It doesn't have a garage, but that's usually doesn't get a ton of value.
this doesn't either. Does it?
That says FGAR,
Yeah,
Oh, it does, yeah.
but again, that's usually not a big.
but you're talking about the same
Chunk of value.
exact view, you know, looking right over.
Well,
the-
they're closer to the boatyard
Right.
than.
Yeah.
And honestly, hers has improved. I think before, when she bought it, it was the gas stuff. I don't know exactly how the Airbnb thing, but I think it's probably a little bit nicer looking than the gas stuff was. This guy's closer to
Right.
the boatyard, which people, I think, typically don't like. I could see it being
Yeah.
pretty stinking mild when it's windy with sailboat
Yeah,
rigging, banging and stuff.
yeah.
Thank you, Glenn.
Factor 113, no economic depreciation.
Wow.
So they're condition A, class C, but the price per square foot is way, way lower. And then the finished basement, wow, only $18 a square foot for
Wait,
finished basement.
condition A,
Yeah,
so that's above average. Class C,
yeah. A lower class.
and what's the price per square foot?
151.
That's $20 difference.
But, I mean, she's a rancher. And then,
Which I could see the rancher being, I mean, for a lot of people, having all one level, I mean, a ton of people, having
Yeah.
all one level is preferable.
Well, that didn't help because.
Yeah, I mean, we were thinking that potentially the reason the other guys, like 1 story versus 2 stories.
Yeah, the economic appreciation doesn't even show on this one.
To me, there's no question that something with that price per square foot that the year built is playing into that.
So does that mean that we should put economic depreciation on Ashley's then, now that we, if we're gonna be equitable about it?
I think we have to.
Yeah,
The only thing, I mean, it is further away than this guy's is, right? I mean, if you look at where, that's it right there at the top.
It's right here,
Nope, one
Nope.
down.
right here.
Yep.
yeah,
So that, to me, from,
So it's,
you
there
have
to
that house.
there,
it's there, right there.
yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think you can argue you gotta
Uh-uh.
do the same thing, I mean.
If this is another one where that price per square foot just seems really high for an off-water, and then in comparison, somehow, I feel like somehow the year built is playing into that number. I don't know if that's anything.
Would he have any kind of water view at all, do you think? Looks like he kind of would.
Yeah.
Those trees right there are pretty
There's
sick.
Sergeant's house is right here.
Yeah.
They've got good views. No, I think if anything, it's just gonna be views and noise of that boatyard.
Okay. All right. Well,
So that doesn't get them anywhere close to the other property valuations in there. I think a lot of those seem a little bit on the, potentially the low side for what they could get for them right now. I don't know what this one, that would be my guess for like the Johnson's house, is that their price per square foot's gonna be way lower. I'm sure they've got a pretty nice house, I would imagine. I've never been in there. But,
So the question, do we wanna mess with factor on this one or leave physical depreciation the same?
so if you
What
do
was
the
the physical
15%,
last time was 15%.
yeah,
So it's gone up to okay, so,
22. So I'd say we put economic on Ashley's, same as this one.
okay.
What do you want to bump it up to? 10, 15, more?
I could see doing a little bit less for Ashley's, just because she is a little bit further away, 10%. But I could also see making it the same. But it does make sense. I mean, if we're, then do we need to go around to everything? That kind of overlooks that area and check on that? Or do we just kind of stick to the one property where? I think we can kind of fall back on that whole, we're supposed to kind of trust the
Assessor.
assessor if we need to. I mean,
What do you guys think?
I'm just thinking the same people in the same neighborhood, do they have the right to appeal once they find out that their neighbor?
they wouldn't get notice that their neighbors went down.
But they talk to each other in the public.
Yeah,
I know they wouldn't get notice.
right. But yeah, no, then they could definitely make an
They
appointment to
communicate
come
with
in
one
if-
another, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, they touch each other's land.
They do. Yeah,
Also there.
Right there.
Yeah.
yeah.
So I mean, so would we have to go back? What would be the procedures?
No, I think we would just,
Fix it now?
yeah.
And
Okay.
I don't think we'd have to go do everybody else's because
Uh-uh.
these are commercial spots in Irvington.
Okay.
Right.
This is Malcolm Sargent's right here. He's on the waterfront.
And the other ones.
So this is
yeah.
the one right here. So I
Yeah.
don't think,
Just those two.
I think we just do those two.
Yeah. Because the other ones that are on Cedardale aren't gonna have the noise that the others do.
No, and all those are waterfront.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. All right, so now we just gotta
Okay,
figure
look.
out.
So do we want to do them both at 15% economical? Do we want to leave the factor alone on Crockett? Do we want to amend that?
I think we leave the factor the same.
Okay. Just do it economical at 15?
I think so. What do you
Okay.
think?
Everybody good there?
Yeah, you said the ties in thing was 10, right?
What's tides in, 10?
That was 10%?
No, what's the
think
guy's
it's-
name, Minton? was
Fred
10.
Minton?
Certainly 15 is probably more appropriate.
Okay. Everybody in agreement?
Yep.
Let her rock.
Okay. 33, 383 for Edward and Shirley Crockett. Only change is economical depreciation from 5 to 15%. And we are doing the same thing on tax map 33, 393 for Ashley Duncan. Duncan, Duncan. She's at 138 The Lane, Irvington. We're going to change her economical depreciation from, who's got the card?
I got it.
Was it 0 before?
Yeah, she didn't have anything.
From 0 economical depreciation to 15%.
I'll have to write her a letter saying it
Well, that'll be the first happy letter somebody's gotten in a long time. Okay, we're good on Crockett.
Yep.
Great.
All right, the next one, we're gonna go through the one other one, Miss Stubbs.
Uh-huh,
Lives in Florida, this is a rental property for her.
okay.
She did include a recent appraisal, I think from last fall, and basically her beef is that it just feels like it's too high, the assessment. But she didn't really give me a whole lot of other details and stuff that, and she did provide an appraisal.
Okay, so where is she? Let's see.
She's right near where Mr. Dutton lives. Across the street from Mr. Dutton, I
What'd you-
think.
Was it STUBBS?
Yeah.
All right, STUBBS. Karen, West Point Road. All right, there we go. And
I think that's right.
That's good.
59. West Point Road. She is 41-66. Mary Point Road?
Still West Point Drive.
Yeah, down Mary Point Road.
Yeah.
You know when you go to Mary Point, you go to the end?
Yeah.
Where it takes that T, right or left? Turn left like you're going towards its ferry.
Yeah,
And then Mary Point,
got it.
West Point's right down there before you get to the ferry.
Okay. Yeah, baptism is.
This is one where the land value really shot up.
I got it, okay.
Yeah, I just noticed on the map and the appraisal. um, That it has a bunch of acreage. So the land value went up 90,000 and the house value went up 40,000.
I wonder if we didn't go to this one, because there are no notes at all.
He said the land went up 90,000.
No field notes.
Uh-uh.
Is the old tax card in here?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's the,
This is the old one?
that's, yeah. So
This is
there's
330.
no notes at all on it, so.
It's got the total value as 335,500. Isn't that what the new?
That is new, yeah.
Why is that number?
Yeah, this is the new field card.
Do you have the old field card for this one, Crystal? It looks like this is.
If there was a field card?
If there was a field card.
I would, you know, come up with the, assessors have,
Yeah.
you know, I don't have anything.
Well, the other ones, right, it has the old values on it and they're marked up. This one just has all the new values on it, so we can't see.
I have to see if I can pull the old tax card. But I don't think that, I don't think they have to find your old field sheet.
It's just unusual that it's not showing the same information as the other ones. It's showing all the new information like it's already been.
If you all want the 2019,
Let's get the 2019 card.
'Cause, right, something's gotta be a big difference with, the home site is only 14,000, so it's gotta be
Yeah.
something, for some reason.
The factor's only 98.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting.
Somehow there must have been, I bet you in the old tax card, that 68 wooded acres was for some reason way less than the 18 wooded acres. And he's put a high value on that 68 acres. That's tough. That, people have been buying some chunks of land for some money the
Yeah.
past couple of years. Guys, I feel like. And
But
four times.
they didn't change the price per acre though.
But, see, I don't know why there's wooded, there's the home site, then the wooded 68, and then the wooded 18. So my guess is in the old tax card, because I don't know why this tax card is weird, but my guess is in the old one, for some reason, the initial 18 acres got one value, and then the next 68 acres got another value, and that's where the $90,000 of, increase came in.
Or maybe, well, yeah,
Made two different classifications, like
of land.
18 acres of cut over and
That's what-
68
that's what I'm kinda
hard-
seeing here
big
on the-
hardwood timber, you know, it's gonna be, so why would they be valued the same?
Right.
Exactly.
Another 5 years later, it's
Yeah.
considered kind of wooded similarly
Tree farm,
versus
perhaps.
recently being cut
Mm-hmm.
over.
I don't know.
Boy, that is sure subjective when you're trying to look at an aerial.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like there's a lot of stuff, like wooded land was like $900 an acre when we did this before, but it was all over the board, and I may be remembering that
was.
wrong. Just for some reason, that
It was
900.
yeah, swamp land and
Yep.
all this other junk land, and it's like, good Lord.
Yeah.
Remember that? Hell, trying to figure out what's the difference between this land,
Yeah.
that land, and somewhere 9,000 acres, somewhere 4,500 acres.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, 68 was 1,500 an acre, and 18 was 1,000 an acre. And the home site didn't go up at all.
Was there any notations, like just the 68 acres and the 18 acres?
Does it just say wooded for both of
Said
those?
wooded,
Just like-
yeah.
Oh, well, it does say 18. The 18 was cut over.
Cut over, okay.
So 68 and 18, okay.
So really all we can do is we need to go around and look at any other wooded property with decent acreage in there and make sure that it's all at 2,500, and if it is. And then I guess there'd be a question of whether or not it's still considered, like how do you designate? You know, I would think 5 years, there would still be a cutover piece, but I guess it just sort of depends on when.
Yeah, like, I guess whether or not you're in some sort of burn down program, if you are running a tree farm, or if it strictly just was cut for timber and let to go. It's gonna be two different properties for sure. But how do you know that without riding down there?
What the,
I haven't been down there.
they let that piece that I thought the school board on Route 3, off the Good Luck Road is grown up. It look like trees is in it.
Do you think 15 or 2,500 an acre is,
For cutover, I think that's probably high.
I mean, the old one, they had it at
But-
1,000, and then the old one 1,500 for wooded. That probably, I mean, there should be, it's probably not as valuable for cutover as for
No.
wooded.
No, 1,000 to 15 is probably, or 1,000 for cutover, especially like clear cut over, is probably about right.
Would it depend
So
on
that's
also
one
the
thing we could
location?
probably
It
take
can,
back the land
and, like,
value
how much.
and separate them.
Yeah, because it's,
But
if it's not in an
But
area.
we gotta
that's
find
so
other
fine.
properties, Neil, that have large acreage. You know any other large acreage tracts, RJ, up that way that may have wooded for us to look at? This is on Mary Point Road.
strictly wood with cutover.
Browns Lane, anything down there?
Hang on, there's
Yeah,
some.
those two, those,
These big tracks here? What's this?
What is that?
74 and a half acres.
Lotsburg.
Oh,
No,
it's
that's their address, right? Where are we at?
We're down Browns Lane, so here's Mary Point Road.
That's, you know whose that was? That was, the Pruitt's house, the Pruitt's property. Richard and Rosie Pruitt. That had a house on it.
Let's see what the,
What about the piece,
That was farmland.
what do they have on the piece on Slabtown Road? It was just cut over within the last 6 months. It would have been
all right, hold on,
prior to
look, look here.
wooded, 1,200.
Wooded, 1,200 an acre. 46 acres at 1,200 an acre. Where this property, the old assessment was 1,500 an acre. It's 68 acres.
And this was in close proximity?
Yeah, it's literally, here's this property right here,
Uh-huh.
talking about. And
Oh.
the other one's right here.
Yep.
How does it look on Google Maps as far as whether that's,
Yep, let's
is
see,
that cut over?
what's the physical address of that one?
Can you get to it?
Oh, it didn't say,
Push it back out.
Access to it?
It's one of those two.
right here,
Kind of looks,
it's just, so it's
Perhaps.
parcel right here, isn't it?
yeah, it looks like it by the shape.
Gosh, that's a huge difference. Why would it be 1,200 an acre there?
Yeah.
And you know what? More than likely, he probably just went off the old one, increased them a little bit, or maybe just did this, but you wanna check the other parcel out beside that one? This one right here? This looks to be, all right, 62 acres, Thompson.
A lot of Thompsons out there.
There it is, 62 acres, let's see what this one says. All right, this is
2,300.
No,
2,300
that's,
acres.
that's the one I was thinking of. I'm sorry.
Well, let's see if you got decent timber, that's probably,
But the assessor doesn't. Does the assessor know that?
I don't know.
Can you go inland a little bit, David, just to see if there's another big tract of woods somewhere that,
Want to go more inland?
what about up there on Buzzards Neck?
Here's the subject right here.
Okay. There's some big parts up there off of Buzzards Neck, I think. Yeah.
Back over in here?
Yeah, how about that one? That's
All
gotta
right.
be a lot of woods, right? And you're good at driving that mouse, David. I don't know what Crystal is doing.
It was definitely user error.
Can you tell I'm on this thing all the time? Invalid password, come on.
Come on, man.
Come on, man. I changed my password.
I mean, just looking at those numbers and the assessed value on it, it's gotta be way less per. But maybe I'm wrong.
This is in land use.
No, they've got cut over,
It's 3,500, but this is in land use, so,
yeah,
Okay,
right there.
yep.
yeah. So that doesn't
Um,
count.
I thought the Pruitts was in land use, maybe not.
Is there a question for David? I mean, I feel like we got 1,200, 2,300, and 2,500. Any question for Jason? Is there something about the size of it where maybe start changing woodland price per acre? I could start getting pretty complicated. We want to make sure that it's fair. But how many pieces do we need to?
Just seems to me if it was cut over 5 years ago, and now it's increased
$1,500 per
Yeah.
acre.
in 5 years.
What was it 5 years ago?
It was.
1,000 an acre
Oh, and now it's
for
15.
cut over.
Now it's 25.
Now it's 2,500 an acre for cut over. So they're saying in 5 years that cut over land's improved
Put fertilizer on it?
$1,500 an acre. No,
No,
RJ?
I don't think it grows that
no.
fast.
Is there, should that $1,000 be the same or should that number be increased slightly in 5 years' time? I mean, we're not talking a huge number, it's 18 acres, but it is $45,000.
But what is,
But to me,
what is cut over? I mean, what do they do? Just cut off the,
Timber
oh, okay.
and leave the rest, I guess?
yeah, but again, it's subjective. Was it reseeded?
Right.
Do they have, do they have a management plan for it, a forestry management plan? Is that on record, or, that's,
Right.
if they just wanted the money, they cut the timber and they don't care,
Right.
then your $1,000 is probably right, but, if it's been reseeded and, I don't know, but even for pines, you're looking at what, 15, 20, 25 years on a growth cycle maybe, so a $1,500 jump in 5 years.
But the other thing is the appraisal came back at 310,
Yeah.
is that right?
Does 2,500 seem crazy for cut over?
For cutover, I would say that's a high.
How about,
I feel like
how
that's
about just
high.
wooded?
Um,
Probably depends on the wood there, I guess.
I
But
mean,
just on an average.
it's just so hard to say because until you crew something like that, you have no idea what's there, and those values can fluctuate so much. I don't know. I really don't know that much about how they value a specific property, other than, I know guys that do go cruise. I could
Right.
make calls and get information, but I don't know.
Yeah.
It's just awful subjective to me.
Very, very.
I mean, to me, this kind of goes with the equalization bucket, unless we just think the number is way high for fair market value. What's other woodland being charged at? I guess there probably is somewhat of a sliding scale where 10 acres of woodland is probably going to go for more per acre than 100 acres of woodland. I think generally as you buy more of something, but maybe not. Maybe the number of tracts of 100 acres, and I know he talked about that a little bit.
Yeah.
I think what he said is that in general, he kind of said most stuff didn't go down, but it kind of seems, as I recall, like this size property is where he said that there were some significant increases. We looked at that other one, it was at 2,300. We changed it to, that had, would just be nice to know what he thought of the cutover, so I guess we don't have that.
Yeah, I mean, I think the improvement value looks fine, because reading over what she said, there have been improvements to it, so I wouldn't monkey with that at all.
You talking about, for the house,
Yeah.
Jan?
Yeah,
So leave the improvements
yeah,
at 1045?
yeah.
So I guess the big question is in the land. Home site at 14,000 doesn't seem crazy, it's just the acreage tracks.
And the big kicker is the woodland, the 68 acres.
Yeah, that's $68,000 jump,
Yeah.
$1,000 per acre. Yeah, I guess the one that we could do, maybe to have Beth pull a little inquiry on wooded acreage tracts in the county, say from
Is she going?
40 to 75 or 80 acres, and just give us those tax cards to see what they look like.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know of that many large acreage tracts to go on here and point around, but she might have them.
Or probably, I would imagine it's gonna come up again. I mean, if a whole bunch of stuff went from 1,000, 1,500 an acre to 2,500 an acre, I would imagine that
Well,
we'll
let's,
see other people.
why don't we table this one? Because I think you're right. I think with the disparities in the price per acre, we're gonna have to do something with this. And it'll be helpful to have the information from Beth to do that. All right, we're gonna table that one then.
Yeah, because, I mean, it seems to me, I know when I do appraisals, your farmland's gonna be worth a fair amount.
Yeah.
Versus, obviously, your cut over woodland.
Being more valuable.
Right.
Yes,
Yeah,
absolutely.
So,
your least valuable is the cutover stuff.
Can I see the old tax bill?
give you,
And then I guess too with that, access. I mean, how much road access you have would probably make a difference
which she doesn't
on,
have.
Seems
on
like it
value
It- Absolutely.
to get a tractor in there or
Absolutely.
equipment.
Yeah. Well, and if it has main road frontage, of course it's better.
Suppose you have to
And then-
go over someone else's land.
Yeah, depending on whether you were locked in or
Yeah.
what kind of right of way you have.
She doesn't have much, right? Looking at this thing. Or does she?
I don't know
No,
that she's
hold
got,
on a minute.
well, she does, she's got
Yeah.
a lot down West Point
Yeah,
Road, yeah, right at the corner. All right, well, let's come back to Ms. Stubbs.
Okay.
Does anybody need a break, restroom break?
No.
Okay.
Is she back yet, Beth?
Beth is back?
Why did she come on? Did she know we were waiting for her?
Let's get her out of here.
Do we know what we were gonna ask her about? I've forgotten now.
No, we're gonna let Neil ask her.
Yes, I would like to
Neil's got
ask.
the question for us.
I'm just gonna,
You can ask her first if you want to.
It's been a long time since I have really dealt with some of these figures on that stuff, but I mean, at that point in time, I was experiencing $3,500 to $4,500 for open raw land. Just a lot of that was depending on how much of it you saw, and then it could be anywhere from again like $800 to $1,200 on cutover.
Right.
And then you had everything in between based off of timber cruises.
Right.
I don't know, that's why we hired him. I don't understand how he gets where he's coming from. But you don't know unless we ask him, right?
You don't know it.
I'm scared to say anything new because that experience has been a long time. I have no idea what the current prices are. I really couldn't tell you.
So we're gonna ask Beth about the acreage things, and we're gonna ask her about the class, condition, price per square foot.
What's the next one we're working on?
Just ask me what.
Patrick? Or you?
Yeah,
Working back.
we'll do Patrick's fine next. Thank you, Beth.
Yep.
Every 4 years. One question we had was with land. There's some discrepancies on price per acre of wooded land and cut over land.
And you're gonna have some of that. That's not unusual.
Okay.
I don't know exactly what the rhyme or reason is, but it seems like to me, in a case like that, the precedent was set from a prior assessment. And so it just monopolizes, dominoes that carries forward.
So we've got one that jumped $1,000 an acre in wooded, and then what's was once cut over, he took out, and then he moved that up from 1,000 to 2,500, so
Well,
no rhyme or reason on that.
The cutover part, once they replant that, if they reseeded it, once those trees get a certain height, it's no longer cut over. And that would have been something that I would think he would have to have seen when he did the site visit.
And that very well in your 5-year time period, if you're talking like that, that's
Right, that's
absolutely
right.
correct, yeah.
Okay.
But we got no field notes, no nothing. So means
So you don't have any way of knowing.
we have no way of knowing.
No, you don't. But that's my guess, and I think I'm right on that.
Okay.
Once it's planted and they've grown a certain length of time, it has more value.
But unless somebody puts their eyes on it to verify that, we have no way of knowing.
Are we back to having to assume he's correct unless we find something?
Yep.
Right?
I'm sorry?
Then we'd have to assume the assessor's correct unless the property owner can prove to us otherwise.
Yep.
Okay.
So the burden of proof is on them.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then I had a question, so class and condition, is that something we can change? We can change it. And in terms of what ends up getting us to the price per square foot that gets applied here, is that class condition only? Is that?
It's class and the number of stories, you know. The main thing that determines it is the number of stories and the wall type.
As in drywall?
No, as in vinyl, brick, cinder block.
Exterior wall.
Right,
Okay.
exterior wall type.
Ah, that's interesting. And that shows, where's the exterior wall type?
Right, right here.
Walls,
Foundation,
vinyl. Does the year built make any difference to that?
No, it should,
Shouldn't,
because they factor depreciation into that. That's just something that they require on the back of the card because it's,
One of the properties, couple of things changed, for Reese. Went from, so fair to average, is that just kind of based on his visual look at it?
Right.
If he makes that change, is that something we should just sort of assume that he's
Yeah, I mean, you have to assume. that
doing
he-
correctly?
Right.
That his assessment, if he's made that change, then it's because his assessment is,
I don't think you can change that without actually having proof that it's not fair. I mean, there again, the burden of proof falls on the person that's appealing to you to show that it's in average condition or poor condition as opposed to fair condition. Because you could change that.
But we can't arbitrarily just say
No,
that
you can't.
that condition should not be this way, it should be that way, without us going to put our eyes on it. We've got to assume that the assessor is correct unless the taxpayer proves otherwise. Yep.
Yeah, that's right.
what is this one that is, there's one particular property that the price per square foot just seems higher, and it's condition G, class C, walls vinyl, and it comes in at 187.
He called me about that.
The
And
square
he's
footage
gonna
just
have-
seemed,
He's gonna have to look at the rates, I think. I can't.
okay, we asked him about,
Yeah. he's
that
gonna-
one in per-
I think he's gonna look into that, but that house, for starters, that's a two-story home.
which should make that a lower number.
Well, that's what I think as well,
Yeah. And that one just jumps out as
because it, a
Weird.
one-story with, that, another one that I pulled was, the rate was 171, so.
I think it's the highest one that we've seen, and it's
Right, and I
a
don't
newer
know.
house, and that's why I was asking if that's
and I don't know-
related.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know the answer to that. But he seems to think there might be something with the rates, now whether it is or not, I don't know. But he said he's looking into it.
They have them
I can
all.
monkey with that one. and-
Can you put 2,000 in for the
Yeah.
year built
I can do
and
whatever
see
you
if it
want.
changes
See if it changes.
the
Sure.
price per square foot?
Yep. I can do that.
Was that Moriarty?
Yeah. That one's still, and then the other one, and then Crockett kind of jumps out
Right.
as being really high. Because to me, not even, yeah. That would be, I'd be interested to know
Let
if,
me go- You just want me to change the year then and nothing else?
yeah, just to see if
Just to
that,
see what
Hey,
happens?
Beth, one more quick question with Crockett.
Uh-huh.
He was saying that a third of his flooring is carpet versus wood. And then an administrative change that you can make,
I can make that, but it's not.
you can just put hardwood /carpet. That's what I thought. That's not gonna
But it's not
change
gonna
anything.
change the assessment,
Okay.
although people think that. I'll be right back.
Thank you.
Okay.
You're welcome.
all right,
Clear as mud now?
doing, no. Yeah, pretty much.
Clear as mud.
I think it's gonna change it. 'Cause
Huh?
otherwise, why would it? There's either a quirk in there or that guy's is too high.
Moriarty?
Yeah. Or the year build has something to do with it, which would be really screwy, I would think, because you're getting hit in two places, lower depreciation and a higher starting.
Right.
Unless I guess he's saying it was more expensive to build newer.
Cheaper
We'll
to
see.
go up.
Um,
So go back to the land.
Or we, I mean, I guess she said that's kind of subjective.
Since we didn't put eyes on it, we assumed that the,
Unless we want to table it until next time and have her pull 20 different pieces of land between, or maybe Crystal could do it, between 20 and 100 acres, just to see where they all come back. Is it completely random? Is it, I could see doing something like that, because I think this will come up again if there's a whole bunch of people whose assessments are increasing somewhere between 1,000 and 1,500 an acre. Since last time, I think we'll end up looking at wooded land again, so we can kind of think about it all at once a little bit. I don't know if we wanted to try and sit here and do that by clicking through things, or if it's better to show up on Thursday with a stack of,
Yeah, I'd rather let Beth go through and print off some other tax cards with that acreage on there.
So
Or-
what acreage are you looking at?
Anything
I don't know if you go 10 to 100 or 20 to 7, I guess hers is 68 acres, is that right?
And it was 68 and then 18.
So we're looking for wooded acreage.
Didn't change it at all.
Weird. When you changed it before for the,
There you go.
for this, did that change the,
The age didn't change it, but the grade changed it.
the grade changed
Yeah,
it?
I changed it from a C to a D.
Okay. But we don't think it should really be a grade D because it doesn't seem like it's in worse
Well,
condition
then you
than.
can adjust that.
Yeah.
Without changing the grade, you can plus or minus the factor.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what we
That's-
did.
And that's how you
That's what we did, yeah.
need to do that,
Okay.
without changing the grade of it.
Now, we're going back to this acreage thing. How many large acreage lots between 50 and 100 would you say are in the county? Off the top, you got 20, 100?
Maybe 40. I don't know, to be
Yeah.
honest with you.
I mean, I would think 20 would be enough to give us a range. You know, if all 20 of them are real tight, then it is what it is. If you look at 20 of them and they're all over the board, then we may have to dig into it even deeper and talk to Jason to kind of figure out.
I just don't think we ought to look at every parcel, because they're all gonna be different.
Different locations.
And
different
and
areas.
we can't go out there to the lots, we can, but we gotta assume the assessor did their homework and looked at them as reported this way. Again, if they haven't, then the homeowner needs to tell us, well, this other parcel is this much. It's almost like we're trying to do their homework for them,
Make it work.
make it work. But that's supposed to be the burden of proof brought before us.
So in that case, we'd be pretty much just voting to leave hers the same other than the
I mean,
appraisal being-
unless there's other information that says otherwise, but
Last time, I think we put a fair amount of weight into an appraisal being fair market value, right? Because that's somebody who's actually kind of, someone's actually like looked at it in detail.
well, this appraiser does. I don't know about
Yeah,
the rest, I don't know all the rest of them.
I
Well,
mean,
yeah, it's not a perfect process.
Yeah,
for
no, I
appraisal
know, I know.
Either, so do you lend more on,
How far off was the appraisal for the acreage?
she didn't break out the acreage, the total amount was 310, so the new
yeah,
assessment.
so it's really not that far off.
No, the new assessment's what, 3 something,
Yeah.
330?
Yeah.
So I don't,
Do you need me any further?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I think we're.
Yes, could you come back Thursday and Friday too? From 9:15 to 2:30-ish? And can you sit here and then can you work this computer too, Beth?
Thanks, Beth.
Thank you.
So the biggest jump she had was from the cutover to the woodland per acre. Because she went from 1,000 to 2,500 per acre.
Right.
The Crockett,
Oh, okay.
I think it was the last one.
The other one was just 1,000, just 1,000 an acre.
That's really where the big,
Increase.
yeah, I guess it comes kind of equally split between the both of them.
I'm almost leaning towards leaving it where it
I
is.
don't see no-
So Leslie's total appraisal was 310, and this is 333.5. 20,000 difference.
Yeah,
I don't know that we could argue that,
Yeah,
since we haven't been there.
right?
Right.
RJ, Ms. Davis, y'all agree? I mean, with Ms. Stubbs, we just leave the assessment as is?
Yes, I think,
I agree.
Everybody good there?
Yep.
Okay. All right, Crystal. For Ms. Stubbs, tax map 2166, no change. All right, let's go back to Susan Patrick. They were 526 Yankee Point Road. What's tax map number here? 2612E.
This was the one that, the card's incorrect, that she didn't have a finished basement. So that's one thing, that's $20,000. Ooh, dang, her factor's 150.
She was a heck of a house.
Woo! Tell you what, that's what it was before, too.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's got big views.
I'm
All right, so
sure.
look, there you
So
go.
That factor just like, is just kind of this.
So that was, these pictures are from 14 years ago. Pretty house.
It is pretty.
We had the listing when they bought it.
Nice,
House.
nice.
You know, a little bit, I think it's kind of typical. Wasn't super updated inside, and some of it was a bit dated. When it sold, right, her main argument was really more equalization, right? She thought that compared to the neighbor. So can we get the tax card for
What'd she say?
26?
To
12C.
abutting property. Oh, yeah,
2612C?
I guess if we're gonna do that, might as well get 2612I as well.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I think that's.
Y'all current, the current value of 2024.
Yes, yeah.
And this land didn't change at all.
Oh, wow.
I mean, it's small, it's only half an acre, you've got room for the house, teeny tiny little backyard.
Yeah.
The septic in the front.
And they bought it for 540 back in 16. What do you think, Neil? 755 crazy for that?
I don't think it's crazy, I mean, there's stuff selling out there on, the little piece of land, makes it hard, but, I mean, there's been some, definitely 750.
And that's big news right there, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, now you're looking out at the Cortom and
Right there.
super deep water.
And what was their complaint? The major complaint was
I think it was the equalization, they felt that their neighbor's value
our
was,
appraised value is too high compared to abutting property, yeah.
I didn't know they contested the boat lift. They didn't have one.
The
It's
what?
just the one he said he had.
Yes, he said, we don't have a boat, but we have a jet ski
hopper Or
lift.
something, yeah.
So no finished basement?
And then it was storage only on the basement.
Yeah, yep,
So no finished basement part.
correct,
Beth can take that off.
yeah.
And then the boat lift, but he's got a small jet ski lift. Isn't that a different number?
You know, and maybe they ran out of room. I don't know.
I want to say the jet ski lift's for like 1,500.
maybe like 5,000 is high for a jet ski lift.
Thank you.
So it looks like the neighbor is just land, the one on the other side that we looked at, so the one that she's not happy about is a GB, this is an AB,
It's GD,
sorry, GB.
okay.
That probably affects the price per square foot a little bit. What size is,
.71.
I guess is the land is valued the same because the home site for under an acre is,
100,000?
They've got a home site of 115.
okay, so a little bit more, so that seems fair.
What's the price per square foot on that one, Neil?
173.
On the neighbor?
Yep.
How big is the neighbor's house? Maybe a little smaller?
2246.
And this is 2,400.
Yep.
And what's the total assessed on the neighbor?
Now, their house, they're calling a two-story, which I'm not too sure. David would have to pull it up again. Went into one story with a full basement.
There you go.
No, there's a
I know
second
there's
story.
There's a second story,
there's a
yeah.
second story. So there again, does that go back to the price per square foot thing, Madoodle? Oh, their factor is 135, the neighbors and the other folks is 150,
Subject's 150.
yeah.
How about physical depreciation? Anything for the neighbor?
1% difference, 20
Okay.
versus 21.
So
Definitely.
I think
faster.
administratively, we gotta get Beth to change the basement from full 50% finished to just a basement.
Yeah,
Can I see the other
Yep.
tax card?
and then I think change the factor.
Change the factor to 135 to match the neighbor.
Both walls
Yeah.
vinyl. One story, so the stories doesn't really seem to make much of a difference. With the,
179 versus, versus 173.
built in 82, built in 89.
GB and AB, that's, would be the only difference, the condition.
Yeah. I mean, that factor, it's just, you can kind of do anything you want to with it. I don't know if
Right.
it makes sense to bring the factor down over here because it's the same spot on the river. And so what was the total? Total 672, so $75,000 of difference with. I mean, that's just so hard, it's hard to tell two properties next to each other if they'd sell for the same $75,000 apart or not. But the big difference is the factor.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think for equalization part, the factor probably should be close to the same, if not the same, given that the lots are pretty much the same. We've got a clerical error of the basement. And the boat lift, we might have to take that off, and do like a small boat lift. I think the small boat lifts are 1,500 versus 5,000 for a full size. And they said the long as it has a jet ski on it, so we might need to. So is everybody good with those changes?
Yep.
So for the Patricks, we're gonna take the factor from 150 to 135. We're gonna get Beth to correct the basement from full just to unfinished. And we're gonna change regular boat lift to a small boat lift.
Yep.
Everybody good with that?
Yes, sir.
Jan?
Yep.
Okay. All right, Crystal. Patrick's 26-12E, change of factor from 150 to 135. Under the structural element, we've got to get Beth to make changes to those, showing that it's not a full basement, or it's not a finished basement. And change the boat lift to a small boat lift. And that's it, unanimous approval. All right. Mr. Barnes. Let's see.
So his was mainly the land, right, David?
I believe it was.
They had the two attic spaces on there.
Oh, right. Yep.
Yeah, his was primarily well, no, the improvements doubled.
And he was an equalization one, right? That.
Yeah, he-
His went up way more.
Yeah.
He
Neighboring
gave us a little,
Oh, yeah.
his overall percentage went up 64%. Tysinger down at the end, 10%. Hovland, who was his neighbor and my neighbor, 22%. Busby, 30%. Horsley, 32%. Aldrich, 33%. Coasting, and then me, 38%. And I'd say he does, besides Aldrich and Coasing, he is on the creek, I'll show you. He's got nice views.
It's a nice view from the top.
326. All right, so there's their house right there. This is Cottage Farm Road here. So the homes in our list that he's showing us are here, 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 and there. Let's see.
Do we need the tax cards on some of those to figure out why what
That probably would be helpful.
was the change in his that?
Yeah, and the land too.
Got a tax record thing?
Yeah.
50,000.
Oh, me.
Huh. On his old assessment, the 7813 a square foot seems really low compared to some of the other
This is
ones I've been
69.
seeing.
Oh, yeah.
They've been more like
Look at
in the 90s.
But then, you know, like he was talking about the, oh God, what, I'm starting to lose my brain. You know, the bigger houses you get, the more. Blah, blah, blah.
Crystal, can we get 2967, 67A?
His is, I don't remember any of them being as low as 78. So he's like well over.
Actually, you know what, Glenn? Hold on. I think I can do that on here.
Well, just call them out to me, I'll write them down. What about the one, the 69G? Is that gonna have a similar view as him, or they're gonna have a better view?
Which one?
The directly across the street, G, that one? You didn't.
That's I think it's Coasings. Yeah, they've got a good view right across the creek. Not as good as he does over here.
Okay.
All right, land value. All right, so this one for Hovland,
Mm-hmm.
that's tax map 27,
Yep.
350 for home site, 150 residual, I'm sorry, 150 waterfront residual, and 45,000 residual.
And was that was just land?
Yeah.
Yes. All right, 67A, 375 home site, 32.5 waterfront, and 4,500 residual. I think he's just got a blanket. Yeah, 340 for tax map 63B.
It's interesting that his went from being significantly lower than Tasenga
Tysinga?
to significantly higher.
Yeah, so they're at 375 home site, 35,000 residual. And arguably, they've probably got one of the prettiest views looking right out the bay. Busby, 265,
And what was
right next door to,
65A?
yeah. Alder, this is 65, 300 home site, 25 residual. And then Cosing. CSING. This is 69G, 230 home site and 22.5 residual. So there should be some uniformity between those
They're all over the place.
eight home sites, because they're all right there.
And they're all over the board.
Yeah.
Well, he's kind of said to expect that
Right.
based on whatever his thing that he wrote that looks at the shoreline and how far away the home site is and all that. Goodness.
But when you got a side-by-side parcel, you should at least have the same, if they got the same views, and you should at least have the same water, home site number and then residual number. And his factor looks high to me, but that's a nice house,
But having the tax cards to figure out the factor.
The factor was same from the last time.
was it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, do you think if he's a $1.1 million house right now, if you went to sell it in Whitestone?
Well, the one right beside him was listed at 2.4 and just sold for 1.7 on Duckbill.
Okay.
Amber had,
Yep.
but much better views. You're looking out across Diamond Creek. This one's kind of looking that way. I mean, fair market wise, 1.1's probably market for it if he were to list it to sell.
It is, it's wild that, I mean, it almost seems like maybe some of the other ones didn't go up as much as they could have. I'd love to see, was it Tysinga?
Uh-huh.
Can we get that tax card? It's just, I mean, it went from being valued $50,000, $75,000 less than Tysinga to being valued $300,000 more. Sure.
That's 2964. But he's got a valid argument with the percentage of increases.
I think it's interesting that that was, not an argument that the assessor really paid any attention to in a way that alienated a lot of people that came before him.
Yeah.
But I think he, it kind of sounds like his point is that it's not like everybody went up the same percentage, but it's based on is your house and your, and that always ends up being a problem when one assessor just comes up with a wildly different number than the last one. But one of the folks was kind of touching on, like, is it that it was too low before? And so the swing is really getting it back where it needs to be. Or,
I mean, looking at these, how he bumped up the values as he went around, I don't see I don't see a problem with it at all. So the home site is 225, that's the lowest one on here,
For home site?
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
and potentially maybe it should be, since you've got that view looking out, but I don't see how we could lower that.
Yeah.
The only thing I could see.
I could see not raising it and kind of trusting the assessor's kind of view on it being less valuable because of the, being
The
tucked in
view
there.
and stuff, yeah.
So then that would kind of take away messing with the land.
Yep.
Then the question is there anything we can do on the improvements?
Which, per square foot, it went up $100 a square foot, essentially.
Pricing as factor is 130. Physical depreciation 52%. Because the house is way older.
Yeah, it is.
This is 91.
She's got
Factor
cedar
130.
shake side and a cedar shake roof too. Older home basement.
Hit with depreciation.
Walls, wood siding, and yeah, the depreciation's the big difference there, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, isn't that funny, though, because he's condition A, and that one's condition G.
Who Gail's testing him?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That might make sense.
I wouldn't
being
disagree with
older.
that.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
Don't want to leave Mr. Barnes alone? No change?
Do you address the two attic spaces that
oh, right.
We didn't.
Well, it kind of makes sense that a walk-in attic, I don't know how.
Would
he
be more
knows that it's
valuable than a
a
pull down or
attic,
scuttle?
You can always finish that space too. So that's one of those things. Now, there's probably, it's just a hard thing. I don't know how he knows about these walk-in attics
Well,
versus.
it looks like, I don't know if he went in the home, but at least they were home when he did the assessment.
with the
So-
field notes he had?
And I thought he said that those attics, didn't he say they were over the garage? Was I hearing him right?
Yes.
But
It was
didn't
a
he say that
catwalk. It was connected.
Yeah, he goes through the garage and then go to the
No, that
space.
wasn't him, that was, the husband and wife,
Yeah.
Oh,
the one
okay.
the
that
Patricks. Deaver, yes, Deaver.
Okay, I'm sorry.
But this one,
I had a question.
I think he does have attic barrel above his garage you walk in too.
I thought he did. I thought that's what he said. I mean, that's not gonna make a hill of beans difference really, but.
No,
I guess to change that, where is that?
Look on additions. Right over here. That's a good sized house, I mean. That's a
So,
It's a nice
Yeah.
house.
I think you could get one
Yeah.
for that. I mean, the percentage increase is weird, but I think.
The value's there, I
in the
mean,
end, Yeah, maybe
Yeah.
it was undervalued.
yeah.
I mean, looking at the land
2019.
value, yeah,
So we good for no change there?
I'm good.
RJ, Ms. Davis?
that'll work.
All right. Crystal, Mr. Barnes, 2969, no change. All right. Miss Spinney. Miss Spinney, Blueberry Point Road.
Jones.
She wanted us to compare with 921 Blueberry Point, didn't she? Nine twenty-one, 921. Oh, this is,
This,
Penny, Ed Pool's house. Not Pool. Furyk's house, Ed Furyk. That's her next door neighbor. That's what she wants to compare with.
Okay.
Full basement, sold for $468,500 and 21. These people have upgraded it a little bit and turned it into an Airbnb. So,
168,000 difference in assessed value. Her house is significantly bigger, which is gonna be the
let's see,
big difference, right?
the land value, 162.4. So land value is up a little bit higher.
So this is the one where she says she's got, yeah, he's got no remodeling in here, original bathrooms, kitchen.
Oh, 85, depreciation 26%, factor 116.
And we can hit more for that economic appreciation too, if you,
Because of the gun range,
yeah.
for sure.
oh yeah, okay, that's the one. A lot of noise. They only close on Sunday morning, right?
From sun up till noon.
Yeah. Go to church and come home and be shoot up. Shut up. I
You're
wouldn't
gonna pray to the good Lord and take your bullets to the range and do some firing off.
Yeah, bring your Bible along with you. Oh my God, yeah. It must be annoying though. I went down there
When
too.
was yours, Jan?
What?
When was your appraisal?
No, I didn't do this one.
Oh,
I did,
I'm looking at another, I'm sorry.
I did Deaver.
You've been in the house, David. Is condition good? Class C seem?
Dated,
Really did.
real dated,
Yeah.
yeah.
Wood stove.
It sounds like she keeps it up nicely.
Just barely above.
Yeah.
It's not like dilapidated.
No, but it's definitely very tired.
So we could hit depreciation and,
We could definitely depreciate it higher than that.
okay.
And we could bring the factor down.
The factor did increase by 6 points.
Yeah. I mean, that's,
Okay, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Good catch.
huh?
Increasing the factor if it's not, nothing's been
That
done
was
to it.
the lady that had a stroke, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's so sad.
And you, I mean, wouldn't you say, if that boatyard is worth 15% economic, certainly that gun range is? For
At
that
least, if
noise
not
level,
more.
if nothing else, I mean, yeah, probably, perhaps even more.
Give them 100%.
Because, I mean, you think about it, the boatyard, you're gonna have noise there, but it's different than
probably
pow,
not.
pow, 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 pow.
Yeah. And then at the range, it's more than one, one person. I know.
If we change it for her, would we need to do other properties in proximity? Or just try to stick with her as?
I think Neil loves us.
You don't wanna go home?
I
No!
do, I'm ready to go.
Either his wife's mad at him or his kids are.
Are you married?
He's got little
Happily,
ones.
he's got
Got
little
little
ones.
kids at home.
You don't send your butt home.
That's why he don't want to go home, because
All
he's
he
got
does is
little
yell.
kids at home.
You gotta go home so you be there for dinner with your kids. We don't wanna be deprived you of that with those kids.
I've got a scout meeting tonight, I have to go to. So we get to stay here till 7, and I'll miss it.
No, not without you be here by yourself. Okay, let's get to this one.
I don't think we ought to go up and down the road and change everybody else's economic.
But we know it's an issue for her, so,
Yeah, because if it was an issue for them, they'd be coming to us.
okay.
But I think she's come forth with some valid concerns, and I think we gotta address them. So, with factor, you wanna take it from, what was it, RJ?
It was 110 to 116, so why not just go back to 110?
Go back to 110,
Yeah.
100, I mean,
and factor, I'm sorry, physical depreciation?
I went up from 15 to 26. Between the two.
so you said it was bad.
It's not bad, but I mean,
Antique?
she'd be tough to find a buyer who would go in there and just use it as, they'd want to upgrade and renovate and modernize. Yeah.
And she probably don't wanna leave it
No, I don't
and
think,
go into a.
and I don't think, quite honestly, she can afford to do the upgrades
Right, so.
necessary to be able to get a high price for it, so.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
that's not, well, but,
But yeah,
just
but
giving you
we only
full-
human, yeah.
yeah.
All right, so your neighbor, how did you say it, Tyson?
Uh-huh.
Tyson, they were 52% depreciation. She's 26, would you say?
Haskell's house is in better shape than this. Yeah.
Dang.
Maybe 40% depreciation?
They were 52%. She's 26. Yikes.
How high you wanna go? She's chopping wood, you know.
Chainsaw.
Churning butter and,
And she's her own carpenter, cutting grass.
that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's imagine with her handicaps and some people don't do nothing. How low can we go? Lord. She tries.
Probably shouldn't be lower than her neighbor, should it? Like in the end, when we make the adjustments?
Why not? You been in her neighbor's house?
No, I guess it's been, but of course neither has the assessor. Just for the fact that it's,
She was home for this assessment.
The neighbor?
No, this person.
Yeah, okay.
so we change it to 110 and 15 on the economic depreciation, where does that get us?
The factor was changed to 110.
Yeah.
Physical depreciation, we had 40-something. What's the next number?
Well, if we do physical depreciation at 40 and economic at 15, just at least to match the other marinas, anybody have heartburn with that? Huh?
Sounds,
Sounds good to
Is that all
me.
right?
Now, you said physical is what?
110?
I
I'm
mean,
sorry, factor's 110,
Yeah.
physical's 40,
Okay,
and economic at 15.
gotcha.
Good there,
I'm good.
Neil?
Yeah.
What you said, Neil?
Yeah, I'm good.
You sure?
Yep.
You're calculating, I want to make sure. I don't want to pull a trigger on it, but
Nope, it's good.
Okay, RJ?
Yes.
All right. Okay, Crystal. Ms. Spinning, 3428G, factor from 116 to 110. Physical depreciation from 26 to 40%, and economic depreciation from 5% to 15%. Thank you. Good job, gang. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're getting to these things. We'll go on to Deaver,
Diva.
Edgewater Farm. And Jan, you can aid and guide us on this one. Since you did the appraisal, you're more knowledgeable than anybody else on it.
This is the one.
Why would
that
they put an economic depreciation on this one?
Don't know the answer to that.
This was the one that had the,
The catwalk to the,
Yeah.
okay.
I really don't
Yep.
know.
And it wasn't on the last one.
I don't know. That's a great question.
I wonder if he did that because of the shoreline issue, but that would sort of not follow his own rules.
what's the question?
It's got a 5% economic depreciation on this one. And that was, that did not come over from last year's, the last assessment.
Factor increases with,
111.
was it 105? Was it 111? And this is the guy that was losing all the land, right?
Oh,
The erosion, or was it? No,
the one that was flooded out?
no, I think I'm mistaken.
Yeah.
So, do you remember where the Bengals lived?
Yes.
Down off, Dungeon Thicket? Yeah.
They were neighbors of these folks. So the
Okay.
Bengals look up the creek, and they've sort of got they got a good view, but it's not as good as the Bengals have. Yeah, I don't know why they have an economic depreciation there. It's kind of no reason for it, in my opinion, but.
278. So they're looking right across the creek there.
Mm. 115A.
Okay. So land went up 90,000, improvements went up 185,000. What was,
I think on this one with an appraisal, it's just, I mean, it makes sense to knock it down. We kind of know the levers to
oh, there's Jan's numbers.
pull, right? 710 was the appraisal, and all those comps are, the only other thing to consider is whether or not those, like how those comps are assessed.
And when was this, Jan?
I just did it like a couple weeks ago.
Oh, March, yeah.
But the data is from, right, they were all sold in 23, the
Mm-hmm.
August 23, March 23, September 23. So all the data is from the appropriate time.
All right. let's see. Factor went up on this one, from 105 to 111.
I could see going to 100, that would take care of about 58,000.
Factor good to 100?
Which I could see with losing shoreline and.
Yeah,
It could potentially, the fact that he's.
that's right, this is one that they're losing
They're gonna have to.
in the living shoreline.
To
Yeah.
put a ton of money, those things are
That's
expensive.
right, that's right.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's the only reason I could see for him putting an economic depreciation on it.
gotta be.
So I could see to try and get it in line with the recent appraisal. If going to a factor of 100 gets you about 58,000, we need about $100,000. Bumping the economic depreciation up to 10 or 15% based on the shoreline.
Yeah, I
Needing
mean,
a ton of money to
yeah.
get put into it. They brought in photos of that and
Yeah.
estimates and things, so I think that, and
What about physical depreciation, Jan, 18%? You think that's
I'd bump it up a little bit.
25?
And what was it,
The physical wasn't 18, but
yeah.
I haven't
got
been
that,
inside.
but
Jan's the only one's been inside.
Yeah,
25?
yeah.
Economy, what the,
Economic depreciation from 5 to 15.
oh,
5 or 10, I mean, there's really no, we don't really have a great, other than feeling like
Okay.
there's more than a $23,000 depreciation based on.
Well, I'm with you. I mean,
shoreline.
he came in with proof that
Yeah.
this is happening. I've gone to the Board of Equalization, I've gone to the Board of Wetlands and, you know,
Right, each 5% is essentially, so 10%, we get you another 50,000.
yeah,
I think if we went to 25% on physical and 15 on economic, we might be
You've got
going
10.
under the appraisal a bit.
I wonder what the land value is on 116.
You have 10,000 in that attic space. Now, he had notes in his field notes that was unfinished. Is that appropriate? Or does that need to be taken off?
Yeah, you know, I mean, I kind of disagree with him on that. Like, you could put another living area up there.
Absolutely,
No
as
problem.
opposed to,
Yeah, I
Okay.
mean, you didn't have, you know.
so that should stay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, a lot of them I've been in where you actually have to, you know, avoid hitting your head to sit in the case.
Okay, cool.
oh,
you wanted to know the land value next door, Neil,
Yeah, 3,
on 116?
yeah.
There it is. It's 350 home site, 45 residual, 300 swamp.
So theirs is less than that.
Yeah.
So that
But they got a
doesn't-
better view.
Mhm.
Yep. So Neil, what do you think with numbers wise with the,
I
should
think
we
if we
take
went
the
to
factor
factor
one?
100 and economic depreciation of 15%,
Okay,
I think that would pretty much get us to the,
and leave the physical at 18 or take it to 20 maybe?
take it to 20, sure.
oh, we had said 25, yes.
Would
I think
that,
would
would
get
that
us-
get us to,
So 527, 268, and it's, factor's 100, so that number stays the same. We'll do physical depreciation of
20%?
20%. And then, economic depreciation of 15%. The total building value, I believe there would be 358, 542 versus 455, 923. So that gets us, right, and we were about 100 and, gets us
350?
most of the way there. We could probably, if we want to get it exactly 710, I guess we could bump the physical depreciation up a couple of points from 20 to.
So what we just did, we're at 718, 186.
Yeah, there's no way.
I don't have heartburn. Do y'all have heartburn with that?
Yeah, I don't think we have to make it exactly.
Yeah, no,
Seven.
I'm with you. All right, is everybody
Those
good with
numbers are kinda round
taking
and
the
makes
factor
sense.
from 111 to 100, physical depreciation from 18, increase to 20, and economic from 5 to 15?
Right.
Yes.
Everybody, Neil?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Aye. Aye.
Deaver, and Jan is abstaining from this vote. 35, 115A, increase the factor from, decrease the factor from 111 to 100. Physical depreciation, increase from 18 to 20%. And increase economic depreciation from 5 to 15%. All right. What we got next? Fred Minton.
You wanna knock out a couple of the easy ones? Knock out Dodson and Haney.
Yes, sure.
You doing Frederick now?
Dodson.
Oh, Doc.
All right. Ms. Dodson. Sinkholes
Yep.
and houses falling down. Right? She'd had the pictures for us with the lentil and the,
Yep.
yeah.
So we could adjust the condition,
Wow.
average.
The condition, depreciation, they went from 20 to 35.
Yeah, he was trying.
The factor went from 100 to 103.
There was a house just a couple of doors down from her that sold for like 205 that I thought was pretty wild, that it sold for 205.
Yeah.
Right, John Meckie had that, right?
I think so, yeah.
That's somebody who's kind of interested as like a rental property, and there was that one across, but there was one across the street from that was much bigger, that sold for like 150. That was like
Right.
the year before. I don't know if that 205 sale occurred during the assessment process or not, but man, all of a sudden these little houses in Kilmarnock are, yeah, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if you could get 144 for it. With what these little houses are going for, but, I don't know why the factor would have gone up, but of course,
Yeah.
changing it to back to 100 doesn't really move the needle a whole lot. I don't know if going to, does the condition become fair based on the pictures that she showed us? Or are we kind of not, trying not to mess with that?
Well, I mean, looking at those doors,
She had to put cardboard in to keep them,
right,
Because that's a question, do we see enough to believe that the condition's below average? Or is it average? It was average during the last assessment as well.
yeah.
And I do think, visiting it, that you try to sell it for 144,000, is that what it came in at?
166.
Oh, 166.
Five.
Yeah. That's just the improvement value. I think even there, someone potentially, an investor would be pretty interested in it.
go. So simple, just a,
Garage.
she's got back decks on here now, but that was. The only thing I could think is if we take the factor back to 100 and up the physical depreciation based on the pictures of cracks and doors, not, you know,
Oh, yeah, that's that lady.
I mean, she's got $6,700 worth of assessments on decks that she didn't have on the previous assessment.
right.
So that's a little
I mean,
bit of
it
it.
took the depreciation from 20 to 35, so they were
Yeah,
trying to take some, you know,
right,
they were noticing something was going on,
right, right.
as well. But I think certainly, I don't know, I mean, again, $6,000 on the factors, you know, I guess that's relatively significant. You take it down to 90.
90 or
98.
95?
Yeah.
If you drop it to 90, you
90?
end up at, you end up around 125,800 improvement value,
125?
roughly, yeah, 125,872, if I did it right.
So that would put it at about 150, so still 30,000 above the last reassessment.
Yeah, close.
But see, I mean, from the last one, 99,000 to this one, $45,000 of improvement. But there has been done no improvement,
Yeah, exactly,
so.
right.
But just houses are selling for more in Kilmarnock, right? I mean, again, I can't think of the last thing that sold for 150,000 in Kilmarnock. Well, 1,100 square foot, one car garage. I think that would be in pretty. Well, maybe there were a couple of things that were bigger. But yeah, I'm good dropping the, I don't know, why the factor would have gone up. I think with the sinkholes going on, that sort of property stuff, that would be a negative thing that I could see putting negative value on the factor, as well as, because of that, so.
I mean, Miss Tyson's house, my neighbor, her depreciation is 52. All of her doors and windows closed just fine.
Yeah.
They're all Anderson. She's got gorgeous views.
That seemed like a really high depreciation
Yeah.
for her.
Did.
Well, if we take the factor from 103 down to, what do you say, RJ, 90?
That's what I calculated, but I mean, and I did that while we were speaking with her, so I feel like we threw that out there at some point. I wouldn't have
Yeah.
necessarily wrote that down myself.
So what's the bottom line for your factor? Suggested.
Think 90's unreasonable
I don't think so.
with what she's looking at?
Yeah. I mean, it's going
Because he's already.
to save her
well,
about 20,000.
Almost, yeah, $18,000.
Yep.
So,
So it's not a 40,000 increase, it's like 20,000, which is, I think, more appropriate.
I'm good.
Everybody good with that?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. Crystal. Ms. Dodson, 23A, 28A2. We're just changing the factor from 90%. No, I'm sorry. We're taking it from 103 down to 90. You all want to do Teresa Haney?
Yep.
Yeah, that's just a matter, that was a good
Yeah.
question, changing the bedrooms to 0, the bath to 0.
That's right, this is the one where they were doing the,
This had the mobile home on it?
Right.
yes.
Okay.
I feel like the condition, I could just, I don't know what we have to do to get that $53 a square foot down, how you reclassify it. Is it considered a single family? And obviously,
Well, it's got no electrical, no plumbing. So it's a shed.
It's in good condition. It's in good condition.
Good condition shed.
so last time it was condition P for poor in class E.
Yeah, so
But she
somebody.
did all this work on it.
Well, she made it look
somebody-
nice from the outside.
Right.
And so
It's
maybe they
nice,
just
yeah.
assumed, looking at it, that it definitely looks a lot nicer than the old.
Why don't
Photos.
why don't we get Beth for this?
Yeah.
Because she might be able to just do all this administratively.
Oh, is she gone? Did she leave?
4:30.
Okay.
We'll do this
So-
next time.
I think we either change it back to P and E. I think we want Beth to be around because we want to see if we're going to do that. We don't know how that would actually affect it anyway, so I guess, yeah, push it until we can ask Beth
Thursday.
what to do.
Okay.
Should be pretty easy and quick, but
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Haney, we're gonna do Thursday.
Luis,
Y'all wanna do
who else we have left?
do y'all wanna do, or do you wanna do the rest of these Thursday?
Who else we got left?
We
I
got
didn't
Dewey,
know.
we got Seta, we got Minton, we got Julian, and we got Hoover.
You might, I was gonna suggest Bruce Julian especially, because that's gonna take a while.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
gonna take some
That's
time. For sure.
Definitely.
We may end up changing everybody down to Bruce.
Okay.
It's gonna take a while. Thursday's probably not gonna be the best time to do it, because we've got a budget board meeting at 5 p.m. sharp here. But Friday, I tried to set aside, I'm not scheduling anybody else. We've got ones in the morning, and then we have 3 Zoom calls at 1:15, 1:30, 1:45, and then the rest of the afternoon, is for decision making.
Okay.
That's Friday. I was hoping to get us out here early, but I don't. So Friday might be a better time. And
Well, it's up to y'all. If y'all wanna keep on rolling, keep on rolling.
Would y'all want land cards for all, tax cards for all of the.
The green?
Mr. Julian?
Yes.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
So, Bruce.
I've got a little bit more time. I do have a scout meeting at 6. So I need to get home and get some material for it, and then get back to the Boys and Girls Club. I don't know if I'm gonna try and knock one more out.
So you're gonna do Bruce, Friday?
Yeah.
Zoom's on Friday. That'll be
Yeah,
interesting.
we'll do.
We'll do
Mr.
Hoover,
Julian.
Minton, Bruce on Friday.
You wanna do Greenvale Creek today?
Yeah, we can do that.
That
Okay.
seems pretty straightforward. to
All right,
me.
Seta, Greenville Creek.
Right, and his main thing was a market value issue, right?
We had the drainage issue.
I think a factor of 120 is high, being across from
Creek.
Marina.
a marina.
You're right.
His factor was 120 before.
And I feel like
Set
Oh,
up,
okay.
sorry.
from his description,
You got it, Greg.
Oh, that's what I thought.
on a
I
fair
had.
market value standpoint, being across from that marina along with the other things, that 800,000 would be a little tough
Let me see now.
to achieve. If it was out on the big part of the river, it could be a lot more expensive than that. I kind of feel like that little area, Greendale Creek, I guess they've dredged it, but that's kind of an issue. We're not putting a ton of value on the land.
No, that's what I was gonna say.
Oh, this is,
A lot on the improvements, though.
Condition A, Class B. he's got a lot of value for improvements, huh?
Yeah.
Porch, deck, garage, porch, deck.
Man, this square footage, this, price per square foot, almost over double.
He had the comment that his neighbor sold for like something and then sold for $695, right? The 91 Greendale Creek.
Yeah, that's over $695.
Can we pull 91 Greendale Creek up and see what the stats are on that? It's way smaller than that creek. Good comp.
I mean, what did he say for navigation in there? Would you have? I swear I did one of his neighbors and they had.
Oh, I sold this one.
Not super duper water, but okay water.
Yeah, it was good, it was decent water. They didn't have any flooding problems. They were up higher. Built in 81, 1596 square foot first floor. The whole basement was finished off too. Very nice, new kitchen. Landed 100,000, residual 9,000. That's over 635. He's got 695, he's wrong. Maybe sold again, no, that's current.
Did it sell again?
Yeah,
In
'cause he's got
21?
20, well, he's got 23.
23?
Is that the assessment? 695?
The assessment's way lower.
Assessment's 465 on it. I
Huh.
don't know where he got that. Cause these are the current owners.
I know the assessment there is gonna be so different because it's got all that square footage in the basement, and they're only given finished basements, like $25 or $50 a square foot at the most, from all the ones that I've seen so far. Whereas if it's a nicely finished basement, people are getting a lot more for that in the open market.
So again, here we're looking at $320,000 of additional improvements from 19 to now. So factor,
You take the factor down to 100, just sort of based on land having some issues.
Yeah.
That's about 150,000. There,
economic depreciation, we can move that because of the marina. Maybe we don't go to 15%. Maybe we go to 10% on that, because it's across the creek.
yeah, I could see just bringing the factor down to 100, lowers it 150, and that puts you in that 650 range. That might even be a little bit low for a house that size.
650 overall.
Yeah, right, if you bring the factor down to 100, then instead of 904, you're at 753. That's $150,000 of value, right?
Let's see, 753, 629.
I guess the rationale there is that his lot's sort of inferior based on these drainage issues. Depreciation went from 15 to 17. You're doing the factor 105 and the physical depreciation a little bit more.
So if we just did the factor down to 100, that would put the overall at 712,189. And it's still a $70,000 increase from the last time, so. And that was leaving economic the same. What are you proposing for that?
I would leave that the same.
Leave economic the same?
I don't think where he is in the marina,
Has
little
that
bit
much
of marina
effect on it?
traffic he's having, it's not like what we compared with the gun stuff and the other boatyard. 5% seems reasonable.
Okay. What about the drainage problem? Shouldn't that be a functional or physical depreciation? I mean, it's not something he has control over.
Right.
There's something that's negatively affecting his property.
Yeah, that seemed like a functional depreciation, right? Because the economic is supposed to be outside of the bounds of your property. And the functional is either something in the house or the property doesn't work particularly well.
Yeah,
So
his
kind
is
of a-
strictly like topography. I mean, you can't, how do you, it's rolly and it's just the way the land drains. Just happens to be right down his driveway.
Yeah.
Kinda stinks, but.
Why does this
So
read
so 5 on the
physical
functional.
address 91?
Physical, that's the property we're looking at.
Yeah, 91 there, and,
This is another one we're looking
Okay.
at. This is a comparable one, yep, sorry.
okay.
Sorry.
So you're looking at going to 100 on the factor? And what else were you gonna change?
Do something for functional depreciation for the flooding? What's that,
How do you-
5,000, 5%?
Yeah, I think 5. That's just a number that we've seen.
Yeah.
So he knew about the flooding issue and didn't put it there. So I think,
Those two changes good for everybody?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's see, for Mr. Seta at 20G34, we're taking the factor from 120 to 100. And we're going to add functional depreciation of 5%. Yay. I think that makes sense.
Okay, if you think so.
Makes good sense.
Okay.
Good sense. You want to do Mr. Dewey real quick? You got time, Neil?
I think so. Let's do it.
Dewey, let's do it. All right, Dewey's one right before, this is the one close quarters.
Oh, Gregory do it.
So what was his?
I think it was the improvement. Yep,
Basically, he just didn't like it, right? He didn't have a whole lot.
you're right.
Didn't he, he had already had an adjustment made, right? And was seeking to perhaps get a little more? Was that the guy?
I know he
I
said
think he said it had already been decreased by 50-some thousand, if I remember right.
then he shared his well.
I mean, nothing changed dramatically. The factor went up 6 points.
Reason for appeal, inaccurate or incomplete information available to appraiser from exterior property.
I
Well,
think most of that got solved, right?
I think it did too.
And so he just kind of, think his thought is that it should just come down more based on, kind of the finishings on the house. I don't think he had, you know, a whole lot. I mean, that's a pretty desirable location there.
Yes.
Yeah, it's gorgeous down there.
I don't know if he's got a sand beach or not, but right, a bunch of the properties in there do.
296. There it is. Looks like Neil,
So no, he's just riprap.
riprap,
Yeah.
but he's got a nice pier out there, nice dock, great views. Here's his house. Oh, this is one where he said did have a garage, but then he had a little thing here he took off, but
Yeah, where is that? Over here.
Over on this side? Yeah, right. All right.
I think it's a limited cost of space, decking, designing, updating, room needs replacement.
Have you seen this property?
And we don't have a, we have a sheet for, oh yeah, we do have a sheet for this.
If they don't show the picture of that little side house, it could be another whole house over there.
New windows, sliding glass door paint.
Kitchen counters. I know he said.
Yeah, new countertops. So, factor 105. So the factor was increased. 6, physical depreciation was increased.
I think we can get, I'm interested in like what goes into his,
Oh, you got that written right here.
for him to change the
I know.
factor.
Yeah.
So many of them stay the same, but then some of them go up. You know, 3 on that other, like, is that just a way for him to kind of like go through and move the numbers a little bit so that all those kind of statistical things that he's got to show that his numbers fit within a certain percentage of the total
Maybe
assessed
you look at
value?
that, 214.8 with a factor 105 to 248. That was into this one being $440,000,
Yeah.
200 grand increase.
Yeah.
It is a bit of a funky house, right? He bought it in 19. Value has certainly gone up since 2019.
Yeah, he paid $435 for it.
Did y'all go in this house?
I have not.
I can't, right? I feel like, but it could have been something else. I feel like Catherine Bennett had it listed maybe, but I could be wrong. Could be another one over there. Remember it being pretty funky. A lot of that stuff is in the flood zone, but some of it is just barely out, right?
Right.
296 plus
Well, we can.
I think I could justify the factor
Yeah.
being what it was.
Yep, that's what I was gonna say.
It did bring the depreciation up quite a bit, so I don't know that I would mess with that, especially since he has made some
Yeah.
improvements
Yep.
to it, so that seems.
What was it, 296?
Yep.
Ah. Let's see some pictures.
Yeah. Oh,
There's a garage. Yeah, now we get a full picture of it.
That's nice looking.
Yeah, it's nice looking. I got AC look like in there. Let me see. That could be a little
That's a
shop.
cool little cottage, yeah.
Yeah, why would that go away? That
Looks
doesn't
like
look that's-
brick.
Yeah, what is that written up there?
Paradise.
Oh,
I think we need to increase the factor. It's paradise.
Yeah, let's go on down. I think we need to do a road trip down here, guys. Let's see this one in person.
yeah, I told you they was hiding something on that side. Oh my goodness. He acted like it was just,
And you know what, Neil? This looks higher.
Yeah, that doesn't look like that would be in the.
Floodplain now.
oh.
Why
A
would that little
restaurant,
garage
you know.
not be there?
Yeah.
Oh. You go, dude.
He put on his notes, great.
Oh. Oh, that's pretty.
I swear I don't
That's
remember ever using this as a
pretty.
but I'm sure I did.
It's
Hardwood
actually a
floor.
good open kitchen too.
Oh. That is
I can see the
real
little
nice.
doorway is kind of funky. The
Mm.
sheet, kind of a thing there.
The shower.
Pretty blue tile there. Look at that blue, man. Look, he's got a drape going across the bedroom. That's
Pink, you
Pink tile.
gotta love it.
yeah.
Love it.
That's her bathroom.
Stingrays everywhere.
Look at there.
Oh,
Back it
Oh,
up.
everywhere.
what are
Yeah.
they?
Stingrays, horseshoe crabs. All right. Well, that was helpful.
I wonder why that garage wouldn't be there.
No deduction.
I
It's
don't
like,
know.
oops, found you.
Look at this.
I say we adjust the factor back and leave it at that.
I concur.
Go back to 105.
Yep.
Everybody good with that?
Yes,
Your
sir.
only change? Okay.
105.
All right, Crystal. On Mr. Dewey, 40C 1-2, we're gonna change the factor from 111 to 105. So that leaves us with Mr. Minton, Mr. Hoover, Miss Haney. And maybe we can get through tomorrow quicker. I mean,
David's gonna show up tomorrow. He is gonna show up tomorrow.
can I have that attendance sheet? I'm gonna go and sign my name for tomorrow. Then we pay another meeting time and then,
And you be here like,
I'll be here by myself.
you won't have to come in, you sign your sheet. Okay.
All right,
Do we
gang.
need to take this stuff with us?
So who else are you doing Thursday besides Haney?
What's that?
Oh,
Thank
Haney.
you for all that you
Haney,
do,
we're
Crystal.
gonna do Thursday.
Thursday,
Thank you.
and then Friday
you,
you're doing
Glenn.
Minton?
Thank you, Glenn.
Bruce Julian for
That'd be
sure.
good.
He's gonna take a little while, but we're gonna try maybe Thursday afternoon
Okay.
to knock out Hoover and,